it works for everyone, we're 3 minutes ahead of schedule. Why don't we kick it to the first session? And Matt Matera, maybe you can introduce the panelists for this one.
Sure. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce Matt Brunel from Springfield, Massachusetts. Matt is a former teacher and school leader and has been for several years now the co-executive director of the Springfield Empowerment Zone Partnership. Matt, we're really grateful to have you here today, and really looking forward to hearing from you. And we also have on the phone, on the line, Chris Shropshire. I haven't found his picture yet, but Chris, I'm assuming you're here. It's great to be connected as always. Chris is also a former teacher and school leader who worked with the Leadership Academy Network in Fort Worth, Texas, as it was launching its partnership, and now it works with the Rainwater Charitable Foundation. And I learn something every time I talk to Chris and Matt, and so I'm really excited to have them here today. Chris and Matt, is there anything that you would add before I go to questions?
Good morning, everyone. Grateful to be here.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here. Delighted to share some of the work that we have done in Springfield, and hopefully that there are some takeaways from learning from us and meeting some of the good folks that are really crucial to the Springfield Empowerment Zone being what it is.
Excellent. And so, Matt, I know we're going to spend a lot of the day talking about Springfield, which is, Springfield is very near and dear to my heart, as you know, and some of the people on this call have visited Springfield before, but many have not. I believe you have some brief introductory materials about Springfield before we go to the panel discussion.
Yes, I do. Matt, could you disable the screen sharing?
Malik, are you figuring this out?
Yeah, just sent a message to John real quick.
All right, I just made you a co-host, Matt. See if that works.
Hey, terrific. Thank you, John. All right. All right, terrific. Well, welcome everyone. Traditionally, when we've been able to share our work, we've had folks visit and had just an outstanding meeting with the Delaware team a few years back during some of the early years of the zone, as they were getting to know our work and as we were getting our feet planted. And now this is being our 7th year. We've been able to, I think, really put deeper the foundation of the work that we do, and been able to get some strong results. Obviously, the last few years have been challenging from, I think, across the country in operation of schools. And I know that there are a lot of folks on this call right now who are intimately connected with this work and working directly with students. And so I would just want to begin by thanking you and the efforts that you're taking on, because it is Herculean at this time. So the Springfield Empowerment Zone, we were established 7 school years ago, and we were established as a partnership between the Department of Ed, our local school district, Springfield Public Schools, may just refer to them as SPS, and the Springfield Education Association. We refer to ourselves as a zone. I think over the course of the day, you may hear network. That is just kind of local to us, and the name. And we were established 7 years ago to get strong longitudinal life outcomes for our students, 5,400 of them in 16 middle schools and high schools. Overall, we comprise about 22% of students within the district of Springfield. And in all of our work, we're committed to these twin values of equity and anti-racism. And I hope what you'll hear throughout the day is that the voices that we are trying to empower across the board, whether that be the voices of our families, our students, the staffs within the school, our leadership, that there is that dual commitment to equitable student outcomes and anti-racism within the work that we have taken on. When we think about this work, we really think of it as kind of three main elements. One is this commitment to partnership governance, and we'll talk briefly in this session about partnership governance, but then you'll hear more about it later on today. Two, we talk about the commitment to partnering with our teachers and the strong relationship that we have back with the Springfield Education Association, in which we have a separate collective bargaining agreement than what the district has. And third, of course, is our commitment to partnering with the district, one that is codified within the memorandum of understanding. But again, as like these three pieces are structural. Hopefully one of the takeaways from this work is that there is a great need for these structural components to be at play. But there is just a relational need and the ability to work with these various stakeholders to really give life to these structures that I would say have set the conditions for success, but still need to be operationalized. So we're going to talk just briefly about these three and hopefully have some time at the end of the short panel for questions. So our structural commitment to partnership governance, what makes the zone unique is that we operate in an exclusively governed manner by a nonprofit board of directors that manage and operate these schools. That nonprofit who sits on it in terms of board members, are the mayor, the superintendent, a local school committee designee, and then 4 representatives from the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And the work that they take on is entirely to look to whether or not we are getting strong outcomes for students. And the way in which our board has approached that work is to develop a performance framework, just a highfalutin term that just refers back to, what are the goals and the targets for our students. And what we like to think in developing this framework and then constantly revising it is holistically, are we putting students on the pathway to long-term success, and not by some rigid formula of necessarily of just test scores, but also looking culturally, are we preparing students for their lives to come post K-12 experience? And are we appropriately giving voice and empowerment to the families within our district, and the families and the students, and as well as the staff? So what does this look like? I'm sharing this attached. I'm sharing this in the presentation. I believe that someone from Empower Schools will be able to share this deck afterwards. But each school has a roadmap, or each school is judged according to this roadmap for equitable student outcomes. That roadmap helps us just illuminate performance across all schools for our board. Our board asks just very tough questions as to, when they look at this roadmap and they see that, say, our surveying of families and whether or not a family would recommend our school to other families, and that surveying that takes place, our board will ask hard questions of schools as to whether or not they are making the strides that they need to in order to see improvement within these measures. This also serves as a guide to school planning. It's a common set of data that schools are able to look to and to show really for their stakeholders where they need to see improvement and to work collaboratively on school planning in order to get there. And then finally, it also gives us our lean zone team. Our zone team is only comprised of nine people. The goal of this is not to replicate the size of the district, but instead to fill in some very critical gaps, and we can talk about the gaps that we fill in on the zone team. You'll be hearing from a couple of Springfield Empowerment Zone principals later on today. And when we think about the work that has to be done within our schools, we think of it in terms of decisions that are best made by those closest to the students and to the community themselves. So across our empowerment zone, there are schools which have adopted different curriculum, different staffing structures, different schedules in terms of different lengths of day, different lengths of the school year. They have made decisions about budget, and they've made decisions about the type of cultures that they want in their schools in different manners. And so long as we have this roadmap for equitable student outcomes in which we're evaluating all schools, we truly believe in this notion that those decisions are best made at the school level, so long as we, in granting that autonomy, we're also holding them accountable. And this just calls for a different type of school leader than is for us than is traditionally found in larger districts where there's more of a centralized approach. We want leaders who are crave that wrestling with data, are very interested in different options that they can pursue at their own level, and they truly embrace this autonomy and they lead with courage. The graphic up here is a little bit messy in the sense that, but we wanted to give you a flavor for the fact that just the number of changes that have been made within schools, we have seen as just a critical way of approaching this work, of thinking through just the reconfigurations of schools. So we started off at the very start of the zone with 6 middle schools. Those 6 middle schools have now become 12 because we've broken them up into smaller learning communities in which we have phased in new schools and not necessarily phased out as much as made more manageable the sizes of our other schools. And we'll talk in a moment about how we can afford to do this type of work. But the one of the, I think, and you'll hear about this a few sessions from now, are how a zone provides flexibility for there to be innovation for even how schools are structured and to truly meet the needs of the community. For example, we have within the zone 2 dual language schools, which were established as a result of our work in being able to split up existing large middle schools to create these smaller learning communities. Second piece is that second major commitment that we have, and again, I'll be brief on this because you'll hear about it later, is our commitment to a true, authentic relationship of collaboration with our teachers. All zone schools, as memorialized in our separate CBA that we have between the zone and the teachers union, all schools have an elected teacher leadership team. We refer to them just as our TLT, and that TLT is empowered to give their voice to some very critical decisions at the school and actually sign off on decisions that range from curriculum to calendar to schedule to even to a certain extent to budgeting. And these schools are of course held accountable by our roadmap. That's the critical piece, that whenever I talk about autonomy granted at the school level, there's always that other level of accountability. And for us at the school level, having these TLTs that can make these critical decisions is what we think generates a lot of investment and buy-in. That teacher leadership team model that you'll hear about in our next section is one in which these TLTs are elected at the school by their peers. They are representative of grade levels or specialists, and they meet to make decisions about school planning in joint collaboration with the principal. This is not what I think has been referred to in other parts of the country. This is not a faux autonomy. This is not a fake level of investment that the teachers make. They're actually voting on their working conditions at the school and playing a central role in school planning. And then secondly, my role as co-ED is to work in partnership with the Springfield Education Association, and we just have just a rich connection to them in which we're meeting weekly, but of course during this pandemic have been talking almost daily about the work. And then
Matt,
thirdly, yep.
Matt, I'm so sorry, just time check. We're running low on time. Do you mind wrapping up in the next minute or so on this? So we can make sure to have time for questions.
Absolutely, and the third piece that we have is just our work with the school district. It's just important for everyone to know just the level of budgetary autonomy that takes place at the school, where there is within the terms of our MOU, the district is doing a lot of the back office work, and then each year the school is given a menu of services. This menu of services are district services that a school can opt into or opt out of, and allows for schools to be able to make budgetary decisions in which they don't necessarily need to buy services back from the district, but instead can seek out on their own. And then just really the balance of this are some of the results that we have seen and the impact that we have gotten in the Springfield community.
Thank you so much, Matt, for all this context. Chris, I wonder if you could just give 2 minutes of context about LAN so that folks are aware of the good work happening in Fort Worth.
Certainly. So the Leadership Academy Network is a partnership between Texas Wesleyan University and Fort Worth Independent School District. And so that's significant, right? Because you have a university that is actually operating and governing a set of traditional public schools that are what we call a network. So we call it the Leadership Academy Network. And so the Leadership Academy Network actually started within Fort Worth Independent School District. And there were schools that were low performing. There were schools that just struggled with a myriad of in-school and out-of-school issues. And so the district set on a path of school improvement, and they decided that they were going to redesign and restart these academies around 5 pillars. And as educators and folks in the space, we know that strong leadership matters. So getting the best principals to be able to serve in these high needs areas and give them a level of autonomy, but they have a defined instructional model. The second piece is instructional excellence in terms of not just recruiting the best teachers, not just best in terms of just test scores, but also folks that understand the work of our high need, high touch babies and serve authentically and can have demonstrated the ability to do that and move the needle at the same time. And so thinking through how do we do that along with a very focused instructional support model. We also looked at providing students with full wraparound supports before school, after school, during school. So the school day was modified. And there's also supports that support kiddos outside of school and also even on the weekends on some of the campuses. Thinking about through authentic community engagement, and that community is not just students and families, that community is also teachers. And so as Matt mentioned, there's an educator advisory council that does work through some of those autonomies that Matt mentioned. And so it's a great partnership from the perspective of that also is that you're able to leverage a university and their resources. So one of the things that we did to address our teacher pipeline is we actually ran our own, and it's still in place now, educator cohorts. And so you have folks that want to be teachers that can actually go through a certification program that is heavily subsidized by the funding model that's in place. And so we have, and in our first cohort, 2/3 of the folks in those cohort actually came from our schools. They were clerks, they were administrative assistants, some of them were teacher assistants, and now they're teachers. And the second cohort is moving through now. There's also work being done with our educators on achieving those terminal degrees. There are 2 doctoral cohorts in place working with the institution. The institution has a strong background in ESL learning, and so they actually redesigned a dual language program to serve our ESL kiddos at our dual language program. And so it's really exciting to be able to leverage the bench of both the district and also the university in that way. I'm sure we'll talk about it later, but it also, creates an opportunity for some collaborative governance. So it is currently 6 campuses. It is 4 elementary schools, and it is 1 middle school split across 2 physical sites. So there's a 6th grade site, and then there's a 7-8 site. And in 24, 25, there will be that 7-8 site will become a comprehensive 6-8 site. So that's kind of a high level overview. In the interest of time, I just want to make sure we provide that overview, and happy to talk with anyone offline or send any information or connect you to the great folks doing the work there. Matt, I hope that met your bar.
Great job, Chris. Thanks for that. So we had a few questions. I think we're going to pare it down to just one question because I want to make sure we have at least 10 minutes for questions from the group. But I think, Chris, if I can just follow up on something and Matt jump in as well. One of the concerns we've gotten as we've talked to folks about this is people sort of feel like this is another level of bureaucracy. And how would you respond to someone saying, this just seems like we're putting another layer in complicating things?
So I'll jump in and say, so I would say that what it does, it actually allows for educators to be much more nimble. And I'll give you a very concrete example. COVID really hit in full force. We shut down for spring break. You're talking about March of 2020. And, initially it was, we just delayed spring break, right? Like, we're just going to delay it and kind of see what happens because we really didn't know what we were dealing with. Once we thought we might have known the magnitude of it, and we realized that students were going to come back in buildings, there was a scramble all across the country to get students devices, and running into issues where not only do we not have enough devices, but we actually don't, our mechanism, which is board approval to get those devices, delays that work, even in an emergency situation, by almost a month. In our network, we had already ordered devices for our kiddos. We were able to get that done in a much more truncated timeline. And so our devices were actually on order already. And that was a need we had identified back in December, and we were able to work that through in January, February. And so it made us much more nimble because we had the autonomy to do it. We had budgetary controls. We were able to move those funds around. We had our governance structure in place, allowed us to reach out to our executive committee and get that approved. And at the same time, work through the district process of contracting. And oh, by the way, we were using federal funds. So we were able to move quite quickly to address that issue and other issues that arose during COVID, because we didn't have to wait for some of the board timelines that you have when you work with an organization that has 140 schools and 72,000 students. And so it just allowed us to really think about how can we serve our 6 campuses, 3,800 students, and how can we address those needs quickly.
Awesome, thanks. I want to be respectful of folks' time, so I want to jump in with some questions, and there are 2. Miss Smith Tucker, you have your hand raised. I want to make sure you get to jump in. So please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, what were there, in order to facilitate communication throughout the teachers and the broader zones, what kind of technology did you use to leverage that?
And you want to jump in, or do you want me to take that one?
I think you could take that one, Chris.
In terms of, so when you ask in terms of technology, are you asking, can you sharpen your question just a little bit for me in terms of what exactly you want? I just want to make sure I answer your question.
Sure. Did you have some sort of internal intranet, WikiLeaks, technology that facilitated communication back and forth, which is kind of like a centralized repository, whether it be?
Yes, ma'am, we did. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We did. So one of the items that we purchased from the district was that system that was already in place. And so the robocall system that every school used, I think the difference is that we had control over when we used it, how we used it, how frequently we used it, and what we used it for. And so what you will see when you actually look at survey results from Leadership Academy Network teachers is one high score is communication. They feel like they always know what's happening and they know what's going on. And so we have scaffolded communication. So there is electronic communication through email, through the robocalls, through the internal network, and then we also have created informal networks where they also have representatives like with the Education Advisory Council. So the Education Advisory Council meets multiple times a year, and then also they can call the leadership team and say, hey, this is the question, this is the concern, these are the thoughts that teachers are having, and we will meet and talk about those things. So there are multiple levels of communication happening at one time, and we just, instead of going out and vetting our own system, we utilize the district system because that's what folks are familiar with and that's what they prefer to use.
Awesome. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much, Chris. Cora, I saw someone from Brandywine put a question in the chat. Do you want to ask that?
The question was just in terms of the autonomy. How much autonomy is given relative to state requirements, i.e., they want to do a different type of evaluation system, or the state mandated trainings, they would focus on one and maybe not. Just wondering about those types of things. Does that autonomy extend to the state level as well?
Yeah, that's a good question. So with things like state level trainings, no, it doesn't extend to that. I will say though, when the state has their accountability model for our schools, this is part of the partnership agreement that we have, where I'll meet with the commissioner, with the assistant commissioner, to talk through just what our goals are for the year, and we'll figure out just what those goals should be together, and that's just part of the partnership that we have with them. And related to that, the roadmap that I shared out of these are the outcomes that we need to that we're looking to get. All of that goes through the department to make sure that they are also okay with that. And we've been very fortunate to have a department that has also looked just holistically as to what are the outcomes that we want to be getting on an annual year that are going to position kids for success in college and careers.
Thank you, Matt. That was going to be the second half of that question. How does the accountability system play into this? Who sets those goals? Are they different than what they would have been if they weren't inside the partnership zone?
Yeah.
Thanks, Superintendent Holler, for those questions. We have two really good questions from Red Clay in the chat. So we'll take Kathy's question first. Kathy asks about, this seems like this is traditionally in a single district model. Can you talk about the nature of doing this across multiple districts? I think that might be more of a Malik or Matt M question. So one of our panelists or generous hosts, if you can jump in and address the multiple district structure.
Yeah, I can talk really quickly. We have supported a multiple district partnership. Is different context because it's in rural South Texas. So very different types of districts than the ones that serve Wilmington, but it has shown us that these types of partnerships can work with multiple stakeholders across multiple districts.
Thanks. And then Darrell, you have a really good question as well. Do you want to jump in and ask it and provide any additional context?
Yeah, just with regards to retention rates for your partner schools in comparison to other district schools, with the level of autonomy and engagement with educators, do you see higher rates of retention in comparison to other district schools?
I can tell you that we did. And I think it really is twofold. One is that we saw during our first year under the Texas Wesleyan Partnership, is that our retention rate was north of 85, close to 90%. of teachers. What we also saw is that the promotion rate equaled that. And so what we did is that we were able to sit down with our educators and talk about what their trajectory is from teacher all the way up through principal, and provide them with a concrete pathway as to how to get there. And when they saw their colleagues being promoted from teachers with this profile, rather being promoted to instructional coaches and promoted from instructional coaches to assistant principals, being promoted to principals, that was super encouraging, and they have proof points that the pipeline was real. And so that was a huge proof point that drove the retention. What they also remarked is the communication, as we mentioned earlier. The third is that they really enjoyed the support model. The instructional support model is defined, and it is very collaborative, and it's a chair, not a stick, right? So it's, that's how folks, really experienced it. And so the Leadership Academy Network is experiencing a higher level of retention than the district, than from their district partners and district colleagues. The other piece I just wanted to add on to extend Matt's comment about the Rural Innovation Zone, what's really unique about that is that they've identified a need around college career readiness, and they actually, through that partnership, those kiddos have access to more programming than they ever would have with those districts on their own. So you have kids that are just flowing in between districts to get CPE certification, career certification, and it's pretty awesome to see. And then it's awesome to see how they actually work with the higher education institutions to also stitch together to fully wrap around those kiddos. So it is a really exciting partnership for kids and communities, and leveraging their district capacity where they don't have to build it in and of themselves. Sorry, Matt.
No, yeah, we have seen similar, and I just want to just focus in on just a quick anecdote that for our schools, teacher diversification efforts has been one of the core zone initiatives over the course of the last 3.5 years, and we have seen those rates improve from under about 20% to now 42% of the educators within our schools who are people of color. And we have been able to do that through our roadmap, which reflects out data for educators of color's perceptions of whether or not the conditions within their schools are supportive of their work. And these are the types of I think goal setting that can be done at the school level, and for the school to be able to develop a set of targets and goals around very specific areas like that will lead to much more fruitful environments for the students within our schools.
Awesome. So we are at 9:15, so I want to shift to the next session. Kristen and Dan asked really good questions in the chat, so I'm going to put them in the spreadsheet, and I think at least one of them can be addressed at a session today. And so adding them to my spreadsheet, we're going to make sure we get answers to them, but I want to make sure that we don't get too far behind on the agenda. So I'm going to write those down and want to welcome two new folks. We have, or actually I'll let Matt introduce his teacher and principal here. So again, thanks, Dan and Kristen, putting your questions down. We'll make sure to get them answered, if not during the session, then shortly thereafter.
Yeah, this is the two questions that are in the chat. This is a wonderful, I think, transition into talking to a couple of just incredible leaders within our schools. One is a teacher leader, and Emma Sanchez, and the second is a principal of multiple schools within the zone. We refer to that title as an executive principal, and that's Mike Calvanese. Wanted to get started by first to Emma and then to Mike. If you could just share just a minute about your background and really what drew you to the empowerment zone and what keeps you here.
Okay, I'll jump in first. Welcome, thank you, Mr. Brunell and Matt, and I see Matt Matera out there, and I'm sure there's some principals out there. So God bless all of you in this time of challenge. But I've been in the city for 20 years. I started at a charter school, and then went over to the district prior to the zone coming in. and worked in a small magnet school and now to a boundary school. And in that first year there, the school went into what we call in the state of Mass level 4, which is like not a good spot to be in. And that's when the zone moved in. So the zone came in about, I think, when I say it was 2014 or 15. And so I've had the pleasure of working in the charter model, the district, just general, and then in the zone. And doing all three of those, you know, what keeps me in the zone is being in the zone. I mean, I am so grateful to be a part of this opportunity that we've been a part of, to really expand on school development, because we have such great autonomies that it's been just a great place, and that's what keeps me here. So welcome.
Thank you, Mike.
Hi, everybody. I'm Emma Sanchez. I'm a history teacher over here at Duggan Academy. So I started student teaching actually at Duggan before it was level 4, before Mike joined. And when I was finally done student teaching and working in the district was the years that Springfield was kind of going into this, you know, state-run entity where they were building the zone. And I knew I always wanted to come back to Duggan because I loved this school and I loved the environment there. And coming in under Mr. Calvinese and under the zone was 1,000 times different than what I had experienced the school being in my student teacher, all for the better. So I've just had an amazing opportunity to have a ton of autonomy in my teaching, to have amazing opportunities for advancement as a teacher and as a leader within my school, opportunities for teacher voice and really direct teacher participation. And those are some of the main reasons that I stay at Duggan and in the zone.
Thank you, Emma. And it should be noted that Emma and Mike, and due in part to their leadership and the team at Duggan, Duggan is one of only 2 schools in the entire state of Massachusetts to have exited underperforming status. The other is also in the zone, only 2 secondary schools to have done that work. And they've been able to do it with an empowered voice. With the leadership that those 2 have shown at the school, you know, already Emma and Mike, we've gotten questions about how this model really empowers educators. And I'd love to hear from you, Emma, as to what exactly is a TLT and what does it do and how does it empower educators?
Awesome. So TLT is a teacher leadership team. So it's a bottom-up decision-making body composed of teachers who are elected by our peers, our principal, a principal-elect, and a union rep. And the teacher elects represent either grade levels or content areas. And together, this team of teachers and our administrators work together for the goal of creating improvement within our school. And that looks like the creation of working conditions, our yearly calendar, goal setting, analyzing data and seeing where we are at reaching our goals and implementing our action steps. This body is rooted in giving a voice to your teachers. So it's really a place for us as representatives to share the needs of the constituent that we're representing at the table, to be the driving force behind any of the changes or any of the goals that Mr. Calvinese then runs with and puts into his plans that he presents to the zone leadership and the SEA and the state, and how we're going to continue to progress. So, you know, all of the changes that have been made at Duggan have been made because of teacher input. So this is really an entity that I've never seen exist anywhere else. And I think it's really been a key driving force in some of the fantastic changes we've been able to make within our buildings.
So Emma, thank you for that. This is Jim Simmons. Nice to meet you. I'm the Chief Equity Officer at the department. And so Mike, for you, we have a question that we think will be important. We have a few principals on this Zoom. So the question is, what does this partnership with teachers look like? What has been enabled? have there been challenges? And if so, how have you worked through all of those?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I would say that it's a collaboration. It's a complete working together in a way that is situational. And, I think when we think of leadership, sometimes it's top down. This is not the case. This is bottom up, and it's really working hand in hand. And so, we work with, just like Emma said, we work with empowering teachers to help make decisions in the school when it comes to our calendar, our priorities, even some budget things that we talk about and see what we need in the school. And so that whole structure has allowed for has enabled us to even have buy-in. So when teachers are part of that decision, they own it. And there are some things in a school that I don't want to say they're not huge concerns of mine. I mean, as long as we have the systems in place, the key is the buy-in. And so if the teachers are part of that decision and it's either A or B or C, and they want to go with B, and I think it's close enough, we're going to go with it. Because in the end, they're going to drive that work. They're the ones with the kids. They're on the front lines of the education. So we're going to give them that, and it has worked. And so it also enabled communication, because our TLT, we meet every 2 weeks with our group. And we talk about, we even go beyond just the basic curriculum decisions. We even talk about just daily things going on in the school and how can we get better. And so our TLT serves as GLT members, grade level team members, and they go and they work with a GLT, and it just allowed for really clear communication back to all the teachers. So it's not just this group of 6, 7, 8 teachers, depending on the size of your school. They go out to the grade level teams and really get more feedback and have deeper conversation about what's going on in the building. They come back to the TLT and we discuss it and we hash it out. So anytime you go through, I think, a process like that, there are going to be challenges, because you're trying to get cohesion and buy-in. But I think if you do it in a way that's you're building trust with people and you're respectful with your staff and you're not top down, you're going to get there. And I think sometimes that's a challenge. The challenge is making sure you're not top down, making sure not everything has to be the principal's decision, and unleashing it a little bit. And I think the challenge is more for the leadership to just let go of that a little bit and have some trust in the process. In the end, obviously, you're not going to just do things that are just way off the mark. And I think teachers don't want to do that either. So I think it has been phenomenal. And our retention rate, I heard someone talking about retention rate since we've started this system. And in one of the schools, we've been there for 7 years. This is Duggan, and then the other ones were a little newer. But the longer you stick with it and you're pushing it and build those trusting networks, your school is going to fly. And it's been really something special. And our retention rates have been great, and our kids are reaping the benefits of it.
Thanks, Mike. And I should add that both Mike and Emma serve in different roles to help build the capacity of other schools. Mike to serve as counsel to other principals within the zone, particularly newer principals, as they are being introduced to this different dynamic between administration and teachers, and Emma serving as an empowerment coach, which is basically a coach for other TLTs. And so she has a group of TLTs that she works with across the zone to ensure that they have that strong voice and have a good lay of the land. For Emma and Mike, a question just about dynamic. How does the zone structure, how does that foster a different type of relationship between the staff within the school and administration? And Emma, would love to hear from you first on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the TLT structure, I think, really sets the foundation for creating this relationship between teachers and principals, and in that teachers are coming to the table with their principal. We're seeing the work that principals have to do, which is something that we don't normally have our eyes on, right? So it's creating an understanding of what their tasks are and what their requirements are to stakeholders and people to the district and the zone, right? And it's also giving us a chance to share our needs and our concerns as teachers with our principals. And this process creates a really nice mutual understanding between us. And again, it's all just driving the needs of our kids. And with that at the core, and with our shared goals, and with our systems of transparency, where all of these conversations between us, between our principal, between each other, become like this really transparent network of communication, right? It builds this trust network that Mr. Calvanese was talking about. And, you know, part of the ways that TLT helps create that is just through the norms of our meetings and through the ways that we hold each other accountable to the work, the ways that we make sure that that table is a place that we could take risks, right? I'm a representative for my team. So the things that I bring to the table aren't necessarily always my opinion. It's not always my voice. And I'm not scared that I'm going to get reprimanded for bringing these issues to the table, because this is where we have to hash out problems. So that element of creating trust, feeling safe at the table together, then really flows out of the TLT and into the staff, where we're then creating this system of saying, you know, our administration hears us, you know, maybe they can't do this right now, but they could do this here, but they hear us, right? And being heard and having a voice and having a say and being able to come to the table in that way and share information out. And this network of transparency and this network of communication has really created a dynamic in the building where people don't feel scared to go up to Mr. Calvanese and say, hey, I need you to know, like, this problem happens and I need a way to try and deal with it. You know, people aren't scared to go up to administration and talk about issues for fear of being reprimanded or some sort of a retaliation coming against them. I've never felt so safe in a building, and it's taken a little bit of time to build, but honestly, I felt it since very early on. And I really think that this TLT model and this entity of giving teachers voice is a driving factor behind it.
If I can jump in, we have some amazing questions from our attendees in the chat. So Matt and Jim, if it's all right with you, I know we have some prepared questions, but if it's all right, if we can just go to those, I want to make sure folks who put questions in the chat get a chance to have them asked. We'll go back to the top here. I think
Sarah Green.
Yeah, Sarah Green, you had the first question. What is the agreement on the school administration side that allows teachers that freedom and power? That might be a Mike question.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah, no, you're good. The question from Sarah Green was, what is the agreement on the school administration side that allows teachers that freedom and ownership?
Well, I mean, the agreement starts at the zone level, right? The zone has made an agreement with the union and the district, so we have this contract. So within that contract, the teacher leadership team model is built in. So that's structurally been part of the empowerment zone, the Springfield empowerment zone that we have. And then, you know, I think what we do is just, like Emma said it perfectly, about building teams and building trust. And that's what we just follow, that, you know, that TLT model. And but the structure has been built by the zone. Does that answer that question?
I can also say I've seen at places like Duggan, autonomy and freedom has been gained over the years. When we were in our earliest stages of turnaround, you know, we as teachers maybe had less autonomy over every single decision that we had to make because we had growth gains that we had to meet. And that just was what it was, right? And the more that we grew and the more that we conversated and the more that we talked about the needs of our students and our teachers, the more we've been able to push for autonomy. And that came directly out of our teacher voice asking for certain needs that would benefit us as teachers and our students.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And we've given even more freedom and power to Duggan teachers, because it's just the longer it's been a part of the system, that more comfortable we've been. The teachers have been more comfortable driving the work, and we just completely release a lot more. So the TLT is really the one flying at Duggan.
That's awesome.
Mike, there's a question here about monetary incentives that impact recruitment and retention. We didn't talk so much about we didn't go into depth in the intro about the flexibilities accorded to the principal to be able to use the power of the stipend for recruitment and retention. Can you share a little bit about the work that you do and with that?
Yeah, this is a really important thing for a principal. I mean, to have stipend control in a sense where you're going to recruit staff from where the need is, so we had some need in English second language. We have a need in math, just like many of you have out there. And so sometimes when you have a good teacher out there in the zone, in the district, or somewhere out there in the city, or somewhere that and they have data, you're going to use that stipend power to show. First, you're going to use the contract, that help them, which has been also a nice contract. But within that contract, we have the stipend ability, and you're going to give someone more than that contract rate, because they're going to be used in a room in your building in a way that's going to help either be a model teacher, maybe coaching another teacher. And it's essential. I can't tell you how important that is, that we have the stipend ability as a building, because you're able to then find those people that are performing very, very well that you might lose, and say, hey, wait, before you go, let's talk about some other opportunities we can have here and create for you, that maybe I missed, and keep them. I had one teacher that was going to go to Ohio, and, she had growth scores in a very, very tough school, probably the toughest in the state. And she's been with me since and that was 3 years. And she has never left. She's a math teacher. She's getting about 60, we call it SGP, student growth percentile, which is closing the achievement gap. And we got her. And now I got her not only just doing that work, but I have her working with some brand new teachers, coaching them and developing them. If I didn't have that resource, if I didn't have her and that stipend control, I would have lost her. And just like many of you, I'm not sure of your schools, but I'm assuming we're faced with the same challenge. When you start losing people that are that good, how do you ever build capacity? Because you can never stop the leaking dam of losing people. And the stipend has completely stopped that. And not just the stipend. I think that, the stipend's a nice piece of it, but that coupled with like teacher empowerment, it just it works very well. Now, I think the principal's got to use that stipend control in a way that's very, very targeted and very data oriented, so that it is transparent, but it also is grounded in a way that's making the best decisions for kids in the end.
Hey, Mike, this is Jim again. Excuse me. Excuse me. I had a little frog. You touched on it a little bit. If you could talk a little more about the retention rates in terms of why were teachers leaving before, and if so, why? And then what have you done to try to maintain them besides the incentive programs? And then what are the options that they have in terms of maybe proximity to be able to leave and go to other places? So that was a question in the chat that I kind of rephrased, but you started to touch on, I think is a good place to transition there.
Yeah. So, so first, when we started back in, I think it was 2014, there were 30 teacher openings in late August. Okay. This is before the zone came in. So we scrambled to hire whatever we could hire, but because it's late August, but we had 30 openings. My staff, we've grown, but say I have about 70 teachers. So 30 openings to give you an idea. And that was before we moved into this building. That was, I wouldn't say it was 30 every year or anything that high, but it was probably like 10 a year that you lose out of that group. Right now I've lost maybe, I can't even tell you the rate. It's like maybe one teacher, and it's by our decision. You know what I mean? We're not losing people necessarily from quitting. I think over the 7 years, I've had one teacher quit mid-year, maybe two. And I've lost one to an elementary school because they wanted younger grades. But it really has not been, once we had the trust built up, and I didn't really get more aggressive with stipends until I started seeing data. So I didn't really use the stipend power that much until I saw teachers' data and knew their data, like on growth, and wanted to be targeted. Did use it for recruitment. So it was, I would say we were at like 60% retention rate. Now we're at 90 plus retention rate. As far as teachers, losing possible teachers to other areas in the city, you're constantly in competition with the district, because the district's got 60 schools, 60. It's a big school. Springfield's pretty big in Massachusetts. So, and then I have many, many charter schools in this area. I don't know, at least 10 that I can think about, that we have that are maybe a little less than 10, but 10 at multiple grade levels. So there's a lot of opportunities for teachers if they wanted to leave. Plus the suburbs, we're surrounded by many suburbs that you could lose teachers to the suburbs. And I've been very thankful that I think we hired people that had the right mindset to want to do the work that we're doing and haven't lost people to the suburbs. But those contracts are all pretty aggressive. and people are always negotiating new contracts. And so right now we're in one right now with the city and trying to like finish our contract out because the district has a more aggressive contract. And now we're trying to figure that out right now. But so people could leave if they want, and hopefully we haven't lost any yet. So Emma, you're not leaving, are you? No.
Not anytime soon.
No, but it's keeping an eye on what's going on locally is very important.
No doubt. So thank you for that. Here's a follow-up to that. And even though Matt is not one of the panelists here, one of the questions was talking about the retention rate of administrators, because we know that good administrators are, or the opposite, teachers are leaving when they don't feel like they have good administrators. Can either or any of you speak to the retention rate of administrators in the zone?
Yeah, I can speak to that, Jim. So when Mike was one of the 6 original leaders within the zone, only 2 of those leaders remain from 7 school years ago, and this goes to the exceptionally hard work it is to lead a school with the level of autonomy and decision making that needs to be done courageously at the school level, and B, to be held accountable for that. And what we have seen in a principal like Mike Calvinese is that ability to just engender strong relationships with staff and to see strong student outcomes. And we've looked to Mike to expand that level of success and professionalism to multiple campuses. Mike oversees now three schools. And another leader that you'll hear from later on today, Declan O'Connor, also oversees 3 schools. This role is not for everyone. Just pivoting a little bit to another question within the chat about history and Emma, what is taught in school, and how does that reflect back to the identity of the students? And it just bears mentioning that Springfield itself is 68% Hispanic Latino, about 20% Black, and the balance is just a small proportion of white students, about 3 to 4%, and the remainder is multiracial. So Emma, would love to hear from you, just from a stance of equity and anti-racism, how you have approached the teaching of history within your school.
So actually, I would also love to answer that question along with this other question about a few examples of how teacher voice has played in, because I think I could hit it with both. As I mentioned in the beginning, when we first started, there was a little less autonomy from the teacher side in terms of our curriculum, because we had big gains that had to be made because we were one of the lowest performing schools in the state. As we have been working together and sharing our voices and our needs, right, we've been able to advocate for the kinds of professional developments that we received, as well as choices we wanted to make in terms of our curriculums. So we've been able to, at the TLT table, say that we feel like we need more time for content-based planning with our content peers, more time for cross-content collaboration, as obviously a lot of issues of our country's racism and, just the inequitable practices everywhere have become more to light in the media. George Floyd and everything thereafter, not that they haven't always existed, but they were really in the forefront of everyone's mind over the past couple of years. We've been able to say we need more training around anti-racism work and around equity work. And we've been able to get that in our professional developments. And we've been able to partner with services that can give us training on creating more anti-racist and equitable curriculums. And we've been able to dive into the curriculums that we teach and modify them and adjust them and learn how to better meet the needs and identities of our students. So it's a constant work in progress. But again, we've been able to ask for these things and receive them. And that's been noticeable adjustments over the past couple of years. And through this, we're able to better serve our students and the kids in front of us.
Thank you, Emma. I know we're running short on time. I'm trying to track which questions were answered and not. And the one that I'm not sure was one from one of our superintendents. What does leadership development and support look like for our leaders or for your leaders?
Want me to take that, Matt? I mean, that
Great,
one's-
Mike. Yeah.
So for me personally, I mean, I was provided a coach when I started, and actually she's on the call. Colleen Curran was my coach for several years, and that was extremely helpful because first we went through a professional development on just the best characteristics of schools, and just talked about what schools need. And then we got out of the building and just got out of Springfield, and no offense to Springfield, but we got out of it, just saw something different. And so I would go with my coach to many of the different buildings throughout the state, just to see new things and get some new ideas. And we would even do that with the founding teacher leadership team, start talking to the team about other schools. We started the work. We had different models to look at. And then we had, ideas of things we want to bring to our school. So doing both those things, we were able to pull from other charter schools, and having that beginning thought process was really, really important to the coaching piece. And then as the years went, they would, Colleen would come into the building regularly. We'd do walkthroughs together, and she was just a great thought partner that I had. And so that was really helpful. And then when it came to budgeting, the zone had established someone, and her name's Nicole. She's not in this call, I don't believe, but she would help guide me through the budget. They had a template made for me. They would just walk through some of that, what it is to look at the budget, because it's much bigger numbers than you're used to as a principal. And so without that would have been a challenge, I think, for a principal. So having a coach to help me with the vision, and then having someone to help me with the logistics was really helpful. And that's still ongoing. Obviously, I don't need it as much as I had it in the beginning. But it was something really helpful for newer principal. Does that answer the question? I think.
Yeah, it did. So thank you. In our last 2 minutes, I want to go back to one of our questions that we didn't get to address. You guys were in this model prior to the pandemic. In the wake of the pandemic, we know that educators, leaders are all exhausted. What would you say to educators and leaders who may be interested but are worried about adding more work to their current plates?
I'd love to jump in on this first. So I know, as well as every educator right now, right, this year is unprecedented. It is exhausted, and we are all burnt out much earlier in the year than anyone would hope, right? I do feel like the TLT has been a place where we can share those concerns, and we can work in real time to address the immediate needs, to help deal with the burnout, to help deal with the issues that we're seeing. And obviously, we're not going to be able to fix everything, and we're not going to be able to fix everything immediately. But having a place to both share our feelings, to communicate our needs, and to start bit by bit building back to where we once were, it's happening through the TLT. So while, I wear a couple of hats besides just being a teacher, my role on the teacher leadership team is the most important one for me to hold on to during this time of just exhaustion, because it's the one that's making direct change in our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, I would just add that, I thought last year was difficult, and, thinking when you get back in school that this year would be easier. I don't think it is. I think it's just as challenging, if not more challenging. And I think, we've always had high, the ability to, never had a lot of subs or anything like that, not that kind of issue where people would show up to work, and they are showing up to work. But the challenge this year is you got all these COVID protocols, and I don't know where this is going to end. When does this end? We don't never know. So the one thing I could tell you, it's going to be exhausting no matter what. But the one thing that the zone has allowed me that is crucial this time is the ability to hire additional staff. If I didn't have that flexibility with the budget, we would be in some instances underwater. So we're able to adapt as much as possible to protect core instruction, intervention, and just for staffing. It's been a challenge, and to be creative. I wouldn't have the ability to be creative in a district model. And so I just think it's going to be exhausting, and there's no way around it. So I pray for you all on that. But if I didn't have this flexibility, we would be in really more challenging times. And what scares me as a principal is not knowing what's ahead. You know, it's just got to keep on plugging away. But I wish you all the best of luck with that.
So thank you both for taking time. We just talked, you finished the last question, talked about how much you had on your plate. And so we added this to it. So we certainly appreciate you taking the time. I think we're transitioning to session 3, but I want to thank you both, Matt, you for both the previous session and this session as well. And I believe I'm turning it over to Malik, who's going to facilitate our 3rd session.
Sure, I'm going to do a quick introductions of our panelists, and then we're going to go into a question. So with us this morning, we're going to have Declan O'Connor. He's an executive principal in the Springfield Empowerment Zone, and also Freddie Hurst, an associate principal also in the Empowerment Zone there in Springfield. Alex Magana, who's joining us from Denver, Colorado, as a part of the Beacon Network Schools. Alex is the CEO over operations. Priscilla Dilley, who's the senior officer of what we call the LAN, or the Leadership Academy Network here in Fort Worth. And Dr. Nick Jeswaldi, who's representing Fort Worth ISD from the district side. So I'm going to start off with a quick question, and I'd like to give each one of you about a minute to respond. So we'll go Declan, Freddie, Alex, Priscilla, and Nick, also from the district side. What's something unique about the schools or the schools that you serve that you think would have been difficult to do without the network structure and also the flexibility it gives?
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, we had a brief distraction. Was that directed at one of us?
Yes, yeah, it's actually both of you.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll
Good
start with
morning.
you.
Good morning, thank you. So I think in general, and I heard the end of Mr. Calvini's talking about staffing, but I would say that the 2 big things that we're able to do have to do with our fiscal autonomy. Definitely being able to make staffing changes, decisions. When I became principal before the zone, I was given a number of FTEs, and that's what I had. And if I wanted to hire a different kind of position outside of teacher and paraprofessional, I couldn't do that. I had to hire the way that I was asked to. So I think our staffing and our staffing demographics have changed radically through the process of like moving bureaucracy and giving us fiscal autonomy.
Awesome. And then Freddie, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think I'll just add that, you know, one of the ways that fiscal autonomy has really helped our whole staff is that I think we have a lot more coaching than a lot of schools that you would see outside of the zone. We're able to work with partners, some that are working with the zone directly, and some that we have consulted with to coach not just our teachers, but to also get coaching for our coaches, so that they're not expected to just hit the ground running flat out until they fall on their face. They're able to be coached each step of the way on how to do that better.
Thank you, Alex.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, having the 2 schools, I oversee Grand Beacon Middle School, which was the initial school that applied for innovation, and then we replicated. So we were asked to open a second school, a school that was closing, it was underperforming. And the flexibility that we were able to share resources between the school on a model that we believed in. So things that we were able to implement, like the unique model was at that time was blended learning and enrichments, but maintain it and then create positions that supported our model. And most importantly, I've already heard it, it's the sharing the resources, being nimble, and making decisions, and the people around the table are the ones that are making decisions in the best interest of the students. And because we'd always kind of look at each other, there was no one else to blame other than people around the table. It was like, what adjustments do we need to make? And that was the empowerment that we would get.
Thanks, Priscilla. And then Nick, you from the district position, what do you say?
Yes, good morning, everyone. From my standpoint, the biggest autonomies for me have to do with how we can shift and pivot for kids. And so, typically in a big school district, just as Fort Worth ISD is, I have been on the district side and now being on the partner side. What you see is a very much, this formulaic approach of a one size fits all for all of our schools. Going into a partnership, you can be a little bit more prescriptive on what kids need and be able to be a little creative in trying new things and piloting new things and being able to see what really works, and specifically with our Black and Brown students. And so for us, it's just a win-win and a game changer. For me, just an example, I'm able to hire a team that supports schools, and I can utilize them the way that I need, anything from principal leadership development, from instructional coaches getting exactly what they need. So it's very prescribed, very intentional, and it's just really great. It's been a great experience for us.
Cool. And Priscilla's being very modest with the things that are happening at the land. And so, I was thinking of a few different things to kind of jump off based on what Priscilla was sharing. And so, one example is they do an Everybody Grows program, which, I'm sure she'll talk more about, but it's essentially an opportunity for teachers to get some, really concrete 3 hours a week of planning time while kids are doing enrichments with partners and other interesting, opportunities for learning and growth. And those would be kind of things that, we might be able to accomplish in a district school in a district way, but it's a lot more challenging because of the kind of broader requirements of a district with 75,000 plus kids. And then the other part of that autonomy that she mentioned is, she has a small team of folks that provide like specific data services to her campuses and some operation support. And in our district, right, we have a data, department, we have an executive director over the schools, but there's not that like really clear cohesion between the two necessarily all the time. And at the land schools, they have that opportunity, which is great. We also have another partnership that we're starting off, and this is our first year with them. Phelan Leadership Academies is managing one of our campuses. And so we're still kind of working through the autonomies and figuring out exactly how all of those sort of connect, because Priscilla's been part of the district for a long time, and we have a lot of different kind of relationships that have existed long-term there. But one piece that I think that the PLA side is that's valuable and that we're working again to sort of tighten up a bit more are the hiring autonomies. And so, they have the capacity as a national organization, they can post jobs in different ways than we can, and they have their own kind of hiring processes that they can utilize to pull some candidates in that, they might not register with us, but they can kind of pull those to the table with their sort of different scope as a different kind of organization.
Thank you, Nick. I have a question that's going to go back to the whole group of panelists, and we'll work in ascending order. So we'll go Nick, Priscilla, Alex, Freddie, and then Declan. So the question is, we've been hearing a lot about sustainability and having this model last for, in our case, beyond our governor's term. So how have you been able to create a sustainable approach to your zone or the different terms that each of you use?
So, and I think Priscilla can speak a lot more, to this in Fort Worth as well. But I would say, part of it, right? So SB 1882 in Texas allows schools to get a little bit more funding, right? So we have a bit more money over the top that a regular kind of traditional district school would get. So there's that small kind of chunk per pupil that is able to be reinvested in a different way. But I would say that, the successes of the land so far, and even kind of the things that we're starting to see with Phelan have less to do with just, man, there's extra money here, as opposed to thinking differently about some of the autonomies within the school day that you can do. And so, Priscilla and I were talking the other day about the Everybody Grows program. And one thing that you kind of see a lot of times, if you think about how improvement initiatives work at schools, is it's frequently kind of almost a sit down, shut up, and we're going to do the test prep. We're going to do a quick hit, and we're going to see improvement. Everyone's going to be excited about this kind of improvement. But that improvement's going to be short-lived because it's just, improving on a short-term test. And the next day after the test, it's going to be like when we all took the SATs, the GREs, it's like, you don't know what all these crazy words mean 2 days later because you didn't really learn it, right? You learned it for a specific purpose. And the things that I get to see when I go visit land schools are, kids are really pushed to do some different kind of critical thinking, and they're pushed to have other opportunities for learning. So when they move on to the middle schools and the high schools and the other opportunities within our district, they're ready to learn and to grow and to analyze and synthesize and do some interesting kind of work. And those are things that, the money helps because it might, for some stipends and different kind of flexibility. But honestly, I would say those kind of in-day flexibilities that Priscilla is able to leverage based on the performance contract with our district and kind of the autonomies that it provides. I think those are much more valuable and much more sustainable because, as we're seeing at these campuses, when the contract goes out, like those things that are there are now, integral parts of what the school does for students. And I think will continue to be an integral part of what the school does for students going forward.
And just to piggyback on that, just some context for sustainability for the land. Prior to becoming a partner with Texas Wesleyan University, the 5 schools were low-performing schools in 2017. And so what the district did on the district side is we applied some turnaround resources and strategies for each of the campuses. And I was managing the campuses at that time on the district side. And so naturally, when you apply so many resources, it was a little over $1 million per campus to be able to turn these schools around. And so what we did was after 1 year, our campuses went from F schools to B schools. And so we knew that these turnaround strategies worked. However, it wasn't something that the district could sustain. And so when Senate Bill 1882 came available, that was our way to say, hey, let's try to enter this partnership, not just to sustain the model, but to be able to enhance it as well. And so that's what we've been able to do is now with the partnership with the university, we still have those same turnaround strategies that we are using with our schools, extended school day, after school programming, hiring great staff. And so for us, we keep those same strategies, but we're able to now leverage the university and their expertise to enhance the model. So that's how we've been able to keep it going.
Yeah. For over here in Denver, Colorado, it's a little structured a little bit differently. Some of the things that we've been doing as far as sustainability is one, I'll start with opting out of services and then receiving money from the district. So we opt out of services like curriculum and assessments. And I'm also pushing on the operations side since we have a 501c3 and we're able to just streamline systems. And that's part of some of the flexibility that we have to improve and support our overall model. So opting out has helped where we get additional money in each school. And then we say, and I always ask the districts, like, tell me what the goal is. What is the goal? And then let us get there. And then we make improvements where we need to. The other piece is we have a beacon, or I call it my zone board, which it's been a great experience of just learning how to work with a board. And it's a nonprofit community board, and their charge is to promote the school and the work that we're doing, advocate because you need strong advocators, because if changes happen in your school or in a district, it can impact, of course, it impacts your school. And the other piece is, I call it resources or fundraising, where we're able to provide, and so that's one of their charges, that they find grants and support with some of our fundraising efforts. And keep in mind, one of my schools is 60% free and reduced lunch. The other one school is 95%, free and reduced lunch. And it's important to maintain that's the level of programming that they need so we can continue with the outcomes. But those are a couple of things that we put in place and the board helped out tremendously, because I was one school with innovation status and I needed partnerships. I need more people. So now I was like, okay, let me get this board, let me get another school. And then the goal is to add additional schools as we improve our programming.
So I know Declan has some specifics that he'll get into around some of our practices and sustainability of those. I just want to say from my perspective, one of the things that is absolutely sustainable and that will never change, and I think Nick touched on this a bit, is that we're thinking in a different way now. The amount to learn from it and then try something else. And so, having also worked on both the district side and on the zone side, I know that oftentimes in the district, non-traditional ideas are just not given enough room to breathe. And eventually people stop coming up with those ideas. So regardless of who the governor is, I don't think that any of us are going back to thinking in that way.
Yeah, for sure. So I just want to give a little context. So I have been in this district for 26 years. I was a principal in my first year before the zone. I've been in the zone for 7 years. It's just a radical difference from being a principal in the district versus the zone. So when I think about sustainability, there's certainly a tremendous amount of learning that could never be taken away. Some of when I came to work with the zone, the first thing that I noticed is that there were no no's. Like whatever problem we came up against, it wasn't like, yeah, we can't do that. Or if we had an innovation, there wasn't reasons why we couldn't. It was like, let's figure this out together. And it has shaped me into a leader that doesn't accept no for our students. So there's been a lot of big mindset shifts, but also just understanding what hiring is possible and the ways that it's possible. My school went from, my first school went from 24% educators of color to now being at 85% educators of color. And with the zone, we've really dug into anti-racist practices. We talk explicitly about racism. Our staff, we have affinity groups for our staff. Our white educators have done a great deal of, including myself, professional development, but also explicit talk with our staff and our students. And that is not happening at the district. Any talk of equity is surface level in compared to what we're doing in the zone. So when I think about sustainability, I think a lot of it has to do with the practices and the mindset, but also our district has been changed from the presence of the zone. There are practices that we've been able to do, specifically around hiring, the timeline for hiring and expediting onboarding teachers and leaders. There's so many things that we've done that previously we were told couldn't be done. So I think the presence of the zone has permanently raised questions for our district around things that have to change because we've shown that they're possible.
So thank you all. I'm going to throw this question out. I'm not sure, we have about 10 more minutes left. So this is a longer question, but I think each of you talked on it a little bit. So when you talk about changing or the flexibility of changing staff, how did you manage the existing staff who may not fit those needs, whether it's based on their mindset, their will and their skill, when you were moving into this model? And did the leaders have the ability to quickly change or transfer staff when you found those challenges in those areas? And that's for any and all of our panelists who want to chime in.
I'm happy to lead this one. I will say in Texas, we don't have the constraints of the union, so it's a little bit, different experience for us. However, we still have teacher associations, and they sometimes act like they're unions, so we still have to, make sure that we work alongside with that. But the main thing for us is we're very clear up front of what are the expectations of when you're going to come work into the Leadership Academy network. We construct almost an MOU that is separate than their teacher contract. And so for that, what we do is line up, these are all the expectations that are above and beyond just being a teacher at the ISD. And so we are able to offer a stipend on top of that is connected to this commitment form. We have employees go through it, sign it, and we hold them to those expectations. In the case where there's an employee that doesn't meet the expectations and we have to go through those just documentation procedures, we still go through the same procedures that a teacher at the district side would go through because we are their district employees. So we have to honor that. It is very important to me that we take care of our business. So, if we hire somebody that comes into the network and we didn't do well in our hiring practices, it's our job to document them out. And that's my philosophy. Even though in our contract, we could send them back to the district, we haven't done that because, for me, we have to take care of our business. Our campus principals have to that they do their job in documenting employees out. In the case that there's something, massive, we have been able to come to the table with the district, have conversations. How can we work this out and support each other? But that's just our experience. It's very important that people know up front the expectations, what they're signing up for. And then in the case that they don't, then we really go through the procedures of documentation and we make sure that we're on the same page with the district.
Yeah, to add on to that, that's exactly what we do as well. Feel strongly that we can move someone if they're not committed to our programming. And there have been conversations where I've had with some teachers, and I'm like, "You're a good mechanic, but I need a Mercedes mechanic." I need a different type, because you have to commit to it. My big thing is a commitment to our programming, our commitment to our philosophy. So if we're going to do personalized learning, then yes, you will, engage in the professional development. Yes, you will work with the teams. Yes, you will collaborate and provide ongoing feedback and take that traditional mindset away where everything is in a teacher's grade book hidden somewhere, as opposed to being very public and open. So the big one is having clear systems to support the teachers and then getting the teachers and staff members to commit to it, because that's where I start getting some of that pushback and having some of those conversations. And what we measure is just the outcomes. So I'm kind of, we have control of grading grade books, right? So we commit to grading in a unique model. So that way we can pull that data, share it with our kids, share it with our families, and then they're getting ongoing feedback. And then we can start seeing some of the discrepancies between our white students and our Black and brown students, which we're starting to have some of those conversations. And the other piece is to hold that commitment. Most of my teachers are part of the union. They voted it in because of an innovation act that we have here in Colorado, and they voted it in. But we have, and they want to hold everybody accountable to it. But we added one layer, which is similar to MOU, but more of a beacon contract. And there are times where I have to have a conversation with a teacher and put the beacon contract in there. It's like, I see here that collaboration is really important for us, and I don't see you collaborating with the team. I'm starting to get some feedback from other team members, and then either they make a decision to move on, or they make a decision to make the changes to support students. But those are some other things that we've been doing.
I could just add, we do have a teachers union here in Springfield, and when we started working with the zone, what I learned is that our teacher evaluation system actually worked. And we hadn't used it effectively. So a lot of our teachers hadn't been evaluated properly. And so we just started really implementing the teacher evaluation system that we had. In some cases, that meant that some educators were exited out, and some of them were teachers that had been teaching for a very long time. And I think I was a little nervous about that because I didn't know what that was going to be like for some of their colleagues who were really strong in their practice and their commitment to our students, and watch some of their colleagues get exited based on their evaluations. But what I found is that good teachers don't want lazy or poor teachers in the rooms next to them. They really don't. They want to be part of a strong teacher team where they have a lot of voice. And I think, I can't speak for the teachers that are not in the room, but I think for my teachers that have remained and have been with me since the beginning, they unequivocally have had a very different experience than their colleagues in the district, in terms of things like teacher stipends that we can give. I can give a signing bonus. I can give leaders a stipend for leadership responsibilities that they take on. And so I think there's a lot of benefit to teachers. And, while the process did exit many of our teachers, I would say a third of my teachers, who had like professional teacher status and had been in the district for a long time. We also were able to leverage all the benefits that of staff and of innovation. You know, some of the teachers that have remained with us, Mr. Hurst and I took on a second school that was underperforming a couple of years ago. And then this year we started a high school, founded a new high school. So our teachers have been part of that with us and part of the design of the high school. So I think there's been, benefits to the innovation for the teachers.
I'm trying to figure out where my next question was. So here's one I don't know that we got a chance to answer. What do you attribute to some of the network schools showing progress towards meeting goals, and while the others continue to struggle? And what are some of the factors impeding that progress for those that are under the same model?
I'll kick that one off. Being at one school and showing significant growth and taking one of the lowest performing schools and being one of the highest performing high demand schools in Denver, and being asked to replicate, like was shared by Declan, in taking over another school, sharing the resources and having that commonality really allowed us to take off, and we showed significant gains at the second school. The second school was Kepner Beacon Middle School, and we showed significant gains in 1 year. And it was about, and the other piece is the leadership opportunities for teachers. I had some of my star teachers at one school. I had one teacher that wanted to become an administrator, and I was prepping him for an administrator. Normally, I would have lost him to the abyss of the district, and who knows where he would end up being at. Here, I was able to go, hey, why don't you come over with me to this other school? And then I was able to prep him to take over the second school, and under the same model. So here you take a first year principal essentially, and you are able to, and he knows the system, he knows exactly what, and then he has shared resources across the board. And then some of the things of taking the work off the plate, taking the work, some of the work from the principals, the strategic planning as the executive director, that's what I work on, and I work with the principals along, with that academic director that aligns to this common programming. She oversees academics, so that frees up the principal to focus on culture and also just be more, in the classrooms. So really looking at the system of how we're utilizing our, our time, already having data team systems set up and not recreating the data team system and having the principal figure all that out as they walk in, or having to manage, because there's a difference between manage and leader, but he's able to lead in the school as opposed to, or as opposed to just manage and just push everything down that we're getting from the district.
I can echo that a little bit, Alex. I recruited Mr. Hurst, and he's now an associate principal of one of our schools. So likewise, he might have been grabbed and just put someplace else without our collective choosing. But when I think about the difference between the success, so the first school that we started here went from the 9th percentile in the state to the 65th percentile in 3 years. I'm certain that I would not have been able to do that without a number of things that got moved to be not the sludge of bureaucracy of a big district. But the difference, I think, it always comes down to leadership and the strength of leadership. But with the autonomies, some folks, I think there needs to be a lot of support for leadership around autonomy. Because if you go from having a budget of $100,000 to buy school supplies one year as a principal to going to having a $4 million budget for your school, or 8 million or whatever, however big your school is, that's a big shift. And so, I think it's critical that leaders have the support that they need for all the choice and autonomy that they have. And I've definitely gotten a good deal of that support over the years. And then leaders have to be, ready to take feedback, because we get a lot of it in the form of data, in the form of hard data. So I think there's a really high expectation, and there should be, for our students. That's what they deserve. But I think it really comes down to leadership choices and model, the model that a leader chooses, and their hiring practices, and many of the other things that make successful schools.
Yeah, I just add to that, Declan, that I get that question from friends in the district a lot. And what I tell them is that I believe that the zone has created the conditions necessary for success. And those conditions don't exist in my mind in the district. I'm lucky to have become a leader in the zone. And so I think that because of that, I do think differently in terms of what's possible. And I think that if you were a leader outside of the zone and then became a leader in the zone, then you might still have a mindset around, what you're actually able to do that restricts you from being able to take advantage of those conditions that have been created for you to be successful.
I think we need to transition if that's all right. I thought that was a great conversation, but we have our panelists for the next one here. And I just want to emphasize something to close it and also transition to the next session. Glad that we're able to answer and address these questions, but this is about retaining our folks. This is not about moving folks between buildings and changing staffs. This is about unleashing the innovation of the folks in those buildings. So just want to make it clear that I think we have it in our PowerPoint, but this is not previous efforts to have staffs turnover. This is about keeping the great folks we have in those buildings and investing in their leadership and their expertise because they know their students best. And this is sort of a perfect transition to the next panel. So the next session we have representatives from the Springfield Education Association and Colleen Curran, who is a co-executive director of the Springfield Empowerment Zone. And so really excited to have folks from the union side and Colleen here. So I'm wondering if folks can just introduce themselves quickly. So maybe we'll start with Tracy.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Tracy Little Sasanecki, and I am the newly elected president of our Springfield Education Association here in Springfield, Massachusetts.
Tracy, thanks so much for making the time to join us. Colleen, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Colleen Curran, and I am one of the co-executive directors that work alongside Matt, who was on one of your panels this morning. And thank you all for being here.
Great. And we also have Nancy. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Nancy DePross. I'm the Massachusetts Teachers Association rep that's assigned to work with the Springfield Teachers Association. And I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So just so the folks on this panel know, we've had conversations with educators from 2 of the districts. We have a 3rd one scheduled. Really excited to talk about this partnership and what this can look like. And so really just grateful to you all for making the time. And I want to turn it over to Colleen. I think you have some questions of your colleagues on the call, and then want to leave a lot of time for questions because I know Steve had mentioned before hearing from union reps. And so really excited for this conversation. And this is the last conversation before our 10-minute break. So folks can hold on until 10:55 and then take a break.
Great. Thank you, John. And thank you, Nancy and Tracy, for taking time. We know how busy everybody is, so thank you for taking time. And so I would just be curious, Nancy and Tracy, from your perspective as union leaders, what you see, as that are the benefits or could be the benefits of a partnership model versus a traditional, what we think of as a traditional union relationship and a district relationship.
Go ahead, Nancy. I'll let you go first.
Oh, Nancy, you're muted.
I've been with the Empowerment Zone since the beginning, and Tracy's just new this year. So I will try to answer some of these questions and let her fill in where I missed. Working with the Empowerment Zone and working in a partnership has really allowed us to have honest discussions about what's going on with our members in the schools and been able to really come up with practices that we put in writing, guidance documents, expectations that we agreed to and put in writing for leaders in the schools and the members of ours in the schools to follow. So for example, we have teacher leadership teams, which is very much the partnership model that brought us to really the union to feeling like this was something that was okay to do, giving some decision-making power to teachers in buildings around what they thought their students needed, working with their administration. And so we've developed together documents that say how TLT should function, what the work it needs to get done, how it needs to get done. And now we actually have 2 teachers who are working as a teacher leadership team coaches, empowerment coaches, and they are doing the training and working with our members to make sure that they use their voices. Because the one thing we have found, while we have our voice with the leadership at the top, we have found that it's been very hard for our members to make the transition from the traditional top-down sort of command control that a district often has on schools to really realizing that they have a voice that will be listened to and that they should use their voice. So often principals still are able to do what they want to do, and it's mostly because our members won't stand up and say they don't believe yet that they have the voice. And it's been a long struggle to get them to understand that. So I'd say while we want that to happen and we want them to see their relationship in their school as a partnership, it's been hard for them to get there because of the historical way that teachers are treated in the public schools in most places in the country.
Thank you, Nancy. And Tracy, I know you're new, but you're just fresh out of 22 years being as a district educator. And so I'm wondering, in your short opportunity to work with in our partnership leadership team, Tracy, what you could see as the benefits.
Hi, yes, so my profession is I still am a professional school counselor where I've worked for the district for, it's about 27 years now, close to 27 years in February. And as I was being groomed, unbeknownst to me, to become this president of our union by Nancy and many others, I also had the benefit of sitting on our district contract bargaining team that was happening right before we started this bargaining team. And definitely what I could say between the two is it seems like the zone folks are more interested in collaborating with our members and not dictating. Whereas in the district, we broke up into small groups with different disciplines, and counseling being one, because the counseling folks were not on the contract. We were just one under Unit A. However, we have different positions and different duties to do. So even meeting with that small group of people to then bring that to the larger group of people didn't seem like it was welcomed. So I think my short period of time in this, I keep saying 6 months, but it's been longer. I started July 1. I don't know how long that is. COVID has got my brain all messed up.
Not quite 6 months.
It's like, I don't remember what I ate for dinner yesterday. But I just feel there's just a difference in the collaboration, I would say.
Thank you for that, Tracy. We heard a little bit from Emma, one of our empowerment coaches earlier, talking about TLTs. And so that's a really concrete way in which it's a structure, right? To make sure that teachers have the voice that we know that we need if we really want to make durable change. But I'm wondering either Tracy or Nancy, if you could give us another example of like a concrete way you see teacher voice and empowerment implemented in the zone. So teacher leadership teams is a very structured, and we talked about that, but Nancy, I know that you know in some of our equity work, there's other ways, and Tracy, you may have also heard too. So I'm curious, Nancy.
I think it's what we've started noticing within the union. So we have 2 different groups of teachers. We have those who work in the empowerment zone, which is about 570. And then we have the other 2,000 that work in the district. And what we're seeing is that teachers in the empowerment zone just feel more able to take, to be assertive, to decide what they want to do and to move forward with it. So for example, they've started affinity groups. They've started, an equity team that's working together. They've come up with things that they think need to happen, and they've moved on them. And they've been, so part of it is that they have they have within their minds that they're able to do that. And then also they have that zone willing to support that they want to do that. I think at the district level, they would also support that, but the teachers just feel like they don't feel like they have the ability to just go out and decide to do something like that. It's just not in their mindset at all, because they're still in this situation where their principal's telling them what needs to happen and the district's telling their principal, and it's just coming right down the road. So in many ways, I see they're much more able to be creative. And then in bargaining, just the other day, we were in bargaining. I was using the speaker on my computer, and another person who was on the bargaining team for the district was sitting in my office doing some other work, and she couldn't believe that it was a bargaining session, because we were talking and the district was talking and we were sharing ideas. We were going back and forth, and that's just not. First of all, she couldn't believe how outspoken the members were. She didn't see that when we were on our bargaining team. So, just the fact that the members felt comfortable saying what was really on their minds and not being worried about doing that because they've been told that they have a voice and they should use it, really changes the way that bargaining happens, not just because the zone is different to deal with, but also because I feel like our members feel more empowered. It looks like Stephen has a question.
Yes, Steve, jump in.
Thank you. Nancy, just correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say initially those educators, part of the empowerment zone, were reluctant or were reluctant to speak? They were still in a mindset of that top-down mentality and just took time for them? And if that's correct, how did you help, or how did the zone help them find or share that voice that they may not have had in a regular district school?
I think it's been a long haul to get them to do that, but we've said to them, look, you have a voice, and the zone has said, look, you have a voice, and anytime we're together with them, we say you need to be doing this work. And it's for the people that were in the district and moved into the zone, it's been a very hard transition to get out of that mindset. For people that they're bringing in new now, they come with that mindset because the way that they're introduced to the zone is that it's, we're trying to do social justice work, education as social justice work. So a lot of people are coming into the zone now sort of see that work as something, sort of being beyond a teacher or having a voice. But I think for the long-term teachers, it's really been both of us saying to them, you have a voice, you need to use it. And us giving them the structures to do that. And then we meet with our building reps. We meet with our building reps in the empowerment zone. It's a different discussion with them than the other building reps, because we're talking with them about how they can help their members get empowered. With the bargaining team, same thing. It's like, getting them to, they come with a voice. And so a lot of the people on the bargaining team are younger teachers. We don't have sort of the long-term people that might have been on the bargaining team with the district before. But it's really just both of us saying it to them all the time, that they have this voice.
And I think the other thing too, that was helpful. We had scheduled some new teacher orientations with the empowerment zone leaders and those leaders that are on the bargaining team. And we had, 4 or 5 sessions set up. And one day we didn't have any new teachers to come on that particular session. And so Colleen opened the door for people to have candid, honest conversations about how they felt working in the zone. And I think we were on the Zoom for probably over 2 hours, and people were being honest about their feelings. And, the zone people were receptive to that, and there was back and forth dialogue. And I think that was pivotal for our members to see that, it's just not about, even though we're at a crossroads right now in terms of dollar amounts, but I think that they see overall that they have a voice and that their voices are being heard. And that as a result of that, the zone folks are trying to make some necessary changes that's within their power to do so. So I think that was, very powerful for me, especially coming as being a counselor, to see that kind of interaction and see that kind of conversation going on and people really opening up and saying, no, I don't like this, and feeling comfortable and being able to say it. Whereas I think in the district, some people would have a hard time doing that. I never did, but some people would.
I think one big difference is because it's a partnership. It's seen as the zone sees their role as to listen and to take in what educators have to say when they're saying it. And I think that that's different than when you're not a partnership and you sort of have more of the adversarial relationship. So if teachers had tried to do that with the superintendent in our superintendent's meeting, he would have just said, oh no, everything's fine, don't worry about it. I've got it under control. And the empowerment zone, because we're a partnership, needs to listen to what our members have to say and then hear them. And so our members know that when they speak, they're not going to get shut down. They're going to be listened to. They may not be agreed with, but they're going to be listened to, and they're going to hear, what the zone's perspective is on it, but they're not going to be shut down.
Steve, jump in.
Sure. I don't mean to keep asking monopolizing. I'm sorry. So for those teachers who I'm always worried about the folks who are reluctant to speak. So hello. Okay.
I think it was Nancy's dog.
Okay. I'm always worried about those folks who are reluctant to share. So are there systems built in place in those empowerment in those zone schools who may not still feel, for whatever reason, feel comfortable speaking in their teacher leadership teams or speaking to that representative? Are there systems in place to help them still share their voice? And if so, are those systems, are they listened to? Does the board hear that and recognize that as teacher voice?
So I'll say that, sorry about my puppy. He won't be quiet, I don't think. So I would say that we still have a very strong, we have really strong building reps, and they do a lot of work with people to help them. So we have the building reps, and then we have the TLT, and there's a little overlap, but they really have different roles in the schools. So if there's issues within the school, the building reps, hear them, and then they either help the person bring them to the principal or whoever, or they bring it themselves. And for the most part, people get listened to, and their voices get heard. It's a long haul to get people who haven't had a voice to understand that they do have a voice, but we do all we can as both the building reps and a TLT to get people to understand that they do have that voice. And I'd say that's been the hardest lift for the union in this relationship, is to get our members to realize that now they do have a voice and they should use it. And then the other thing is that we've set it up this year for the empowerment coaches, the TLT coaches will be doing sessions. I don't know if Emma talked about this, sessions with our members. So we're going to really encourage the schools where people are not using their voice for them to come to those meetings and really sort of talk about what their concerns are about using their voice. And then maybe we will bring those concerns to Matt and Colleen and see if we can work with that leader, because sometimes the leader needs to learn to listen, and not just our members having the voice, but they've got to have a leader that's willing to take in what they have to say.
Thanks so much, both of you, for that. I had a question for all three of you, and I just want to say how much I appreciate all our guests who've come on and made time. I think some of the comments from the last session sort of weren't consistent with, I think, how we in Delaware view this partnership, because I think, as the governor has said, like, this is something that we have to have, partnerships with educators, partnerships with families, partnerships with the district. And so I want to ask you all sort of about how you resolve issues when, like, challenges come up that you have to work through, and how that might be different from a traditional sort of district setting.
I'll go first. Okay.
Easy question.
Yeah, no, it's a super easy question. So let me see if I can wrap this up quick. No, I think honestly, I mean, before becoming a leader in the zone, I spent 22 years. I was a paraprofessional. I was a classroom teacher. I was assistant principal. I was a principal. I worked at the district level. And to me, it was all about relationship. And so in those experiences in different districts, the relationship was, you met with the union when you were negotiating a contract, or you met with the union when there was a grievance. And so it was really very much like, these are the times that you come together, like in high tension and conflict. And I feel like what's different about resolving issues now all stems on how we view the partnership and the relationship. And so we work together Nancy and Tracy and Matt and Nicole on our team and Peter on their team, we meet every other week and we talk about what's going on and we talk about issues. And before things become a red flag, we talk about the little bumps and we talk about issues and we try to resolve and be proactive as opposed to reactive to problems. And so before something becomes a mountain, we are talking about the little molehills. And is this really a big problem? Is this something that is, you know, a root cause of something else? And we really like take a problem solving approach to all the issues as we see them. And we don't wait until things are like at a grievance level, although that does happen. In fact, Matt and I were just working on language last night about, you know, something that, you know, did rise to a grievance level around contract language, around using a substitute line. And so we can talk about those things and we may disagree about the language and what the resolution should be, but it's not everything. I mean, Nancy and Tracy and Peter and Matt and Nicole and I have such a relationship amongst each other that it's like, okay, so we're going to agree to disagree on this, but we have to move forward because we know all of the other things that we have to be resolving and the challenges that we face. We can't just, you know, this is the beginning and the end of our relationship is coming up with, you know, the right contract language around this one little piece. The issues are much bigger than that. And so it's that relationship and the trusting partnership that we have that allows us to resolve things and not see each other as adversaries. I don't see Tracy and Nancy and Peter as people on the other side of the table as I did in all the other district experiences I had with unions. I see them as sitting beside me, helping us figure out how are we going to get over the issue. And again, at the end of the day, we may agree to disagree, but it doesn't ruin our relationship when we don't completely agree about everything, because you just can't. So that would be my answer. I don't know, Tracy or Nancy, if you would agree or disagree.
Well, I think the big issue for us is that while we can agree to disagree, for the most part, we do agree. And when we bring issues forward, at least we feel like we're listened to and we try to work together to figure out a solution. But the other part of that is I think that also the zone lets us know when something is coming. So for example, we got a call that one of the schools had a really high level of COVID. And so perhaps in a few days, they were going to implement this next level of sort of mitigation strategies. And they didn't need to do that, but we were, you know, they respected us enough to let us know so that when our members got hit with the mitigation strategies, we'd know it was coming and we could talk with them about it. On the other hand, the district, that happened in one of the district schools yesterday, and we got an email last night, you know, what's going on, what's this about? And we, you know, we guessed because the zone had told us, but the district had never told us they had this next level of mitigation that they were going to put in place. So, you know, just having, you know, so just knowing that we're going to hear things and the district's going to be, the zone's going to be proactive with us, sort of allows us to trust that we can work things out. So, you know, and we were going to arbitration on something, but actually we had this really sort of like off the record, funny discussion about like, why are we even going to arbitration on this issue? This is so silly. And so let's just not even do it, you know, and so, but, you know, Peter, who's our grievance person, was like, they're not following the contract language and I want them to, but, you know, in the end, it's like, you know, that contract's up now anyways. We were bargaining a new one. So why are we going to arbitration on this? It's really silly. You know, so we had a nice back and forth with Matt about it. The other thing I'll say is that, you know, we can pick up the phone and call Matt. We can text Matt and Colleen if there's something we know that's going on in a building that needs to be dealt with, like, you know, and we get responded to right away. If I don't get a response back really quickly, I know something's going on. So I feel like, you know, we're always, something's going on that they can't respond, you know, because they will respond if they can. And so, you know, the smallest thing, as Colin said, before it becomes a mountain, we're able to deal with it, you know. So I think that, but I will say, you know, there are times when we don't agree, but really the relationship is so strong that we know that that's can be put aside. We've got more important work to do because we've got to get these schools and these students performing, you know. So.
And I think the other piece when we're talking about, you know, building relationships, because I was the new kid on the block. We had a Zoom, the Zoom team and our team, and basically they asked me who I was and what was I about, and they were interested in finding out like where my head coming from and what my experiences were. And we had a great conversation that day. And because it's about, like we're saying, it's about building relationships. So if I respect you in your profession, you respect me in my profession. And it's always, once again, as being this counselor that I am, it's always, looking at the root cause of an issue. It's always looking at the antecedent of what happened before a behavior happened. So that's my mindset. That's where I'm at. I'm also a spiritual person. So I'm always coming from those sets of lens and looking at the world through those eyes. And I think that that kind of comes off on, when we're having meetings. And I think with our members, even if they don't connect with, let's say the TLT people or the rep in the building, I've been in the system for, like I said, almost 27 years, and some of them know me personally. So they'll just give me a call and we'll just have conversations and figure out how to go about, to handle a situation or go about how to address something. So I can't stress enough. I think, I know that it's about having relationships, and building on those relationships is what's important, because at the end of the day, the prize is our kids, and we're all trying to get there. We may take different roads. Some of us may like to take the scenic route. Other of us like to jump on the road and take the tolls. I'm taking the toll road. Scenic is okay, but I'm trying to get to where I'm trying to get to. And I think that everybody's trying to do the same thing, but, making sure definitely we don't have any casualties along the way. But sometimes you do. And then if you do, that's okay too. And then you stop and you find out, like we're saying, what was the bump in the road and what happened, and how can we move from here and make it better?
Thanks to the three of you for such candid answers to that. I want to preserve this time, particularly for our educators and UNISERV directors and DSEA folks. So Stephanie, you put a question in the chat. Do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. This is all great information about the process as it stands now, but I'm more concerned about the very beginnings of the partnership, the very beginnings of discussions. That's where we are. And that's where most of my questions stand. How do you move from your traditional, what we're doing now, to the discussions that move you towards beginning to think about the zone? What does that look like for educators? What does that look like for the union who represents its educators? That's where my concerns lie. Thanks.
So when the former president, 2 presidents ago, and I were first presented with the idea of the empowerment zone, I think the thing that was most important to Tim at the time was the teacher leadership teams and the ability for members to be able to actually make decisions about what happens in their buildings, both around their some of their working conditions, and then also around what was going to happen with students. That he always had felt that, the power should be in teachers' hands as much as we can get them in there. And this is an opportunity to do that. So then in discussions in the schools, when we went out to talk with the schools about the changes, that was really what we emphasized a lot. And we had no idea sort of about like what the partnership was going to look like or anything like that. We couldn't even go down that road because we had no idea at that point. But we did know that we were going to sign, have a contract that said that there was going to be power in their hands at the school level. And we were really, that was sort of the point that really sold him and sold me that this would be something that would be really good for our members. Because working in a traditional district is not always empowering for people. And as union folks, we want them empowered. So it was a lot of discussions in the schools, and I won't say that people believed it to begin with, that it was going to be a partnership and then it was going to work. But I think that over time they have come to see that it does. And I think, so it really was just a lot of talking with the members, and we didn't have any models to look at the time. So Stephanie, I think now there's models to look at around. We had a few things in Massachusetts, like pilot schools, where this had been tried in the Boston public schools, and there's some, and actually Springfield had a couple of pilot schools, so we were able to talk about that model, but that had not sort of like fallen away. And then negotiating the first contract was not simple because it was a real change from the contract that we had, but now we've learned to live with it. And I think the major thing I would say is that the work that the TLTs do around the educator working conditions and the educators feeling empowered to make decisions around their working conditions is the second most important part of this, or maybe the most important part of this for educators. because that does really drive some. So there's a list of so some things are in the contract, right? That are like, this is going to be it, everybody's going to get a self-directed prep period for at least 35 minutes every day. I mean, stuff like that's in the contract, right? But then within that, play around with stuff around, how many hours the school day is, how many days long it is, different issues around, how they're going to handle substitutes and stuff like that. That's in the educator working division. Although we got in this contract that they will pay if people have to cover for people's cover during their prep periods, which is a, to try to get them to hire more subs. So, I mean, things have evolved over time too in the contract, but it was mostly going out and talking to people and then really supporting them and having a voice, and then having the folks from the empowerment zone also talking with leaders and talking to members about having a voice. So they weren't just hearing it from us.
And Nancy, you mentioned time. How long did this take? Like, what was the timeline from like the very beginnings of the sparkle of the idea to having the conversations and going out to talk to your members and then drafting the MOUs, the contract? What was your timeline like?
Our timeline was really short because we were under the gun from the state. So we were basically told we had to do this in like 30 days or the state was going to take us over. That's the truth behind this. Okay, so we were in a quick turnaround, but all of our schools had been the second to bottom level of underperforming schools. They were level 4, so we had 5 levels. 5 was the lowest. So they had already been in some sort of turnaround situation. So they all knew that their schools were in trouble, and some of them had been through, like I heard you saying as we were coming in, this isn't about moving teachers around. Some of them been under the federal mandate that they had to move 50% of the teachers. I mean, so a lot of these schools had already been very much hurt by sort of some of the stuff that had been happening with level 4. So they were glad to know that they were going to be able to sort of have a voice in what happened rather than having it done to them. So, so our timeline was really short, but I'd say from like when we started this to when our members understood, I'd say maybe it was till they really understood it. Well, we had a year. So the contract didn't go, the empowerment zone didn't come in for probably 7 months after we started the discussion. So we had 7 months to get people ready. But the contract had to get settled really quickly.
I should add too, is that we had a planning process. So it was bringing teachers right in from the get-go. So I worked for a different organization at the time that led the planning process for the schools in the zone, so that there was teacher voice right from the beginning of what was our new school day going to be, and so they were involved in the very beginning in that planning process, developing the redesign plans. And so it wasn't saying we're going to do all of these things and then not actually make it happen right from the beginning. So before the zone, before the new contract and the zone actually launched in July 1 of 2015, we started a planning process in December of 2014, where leaders brought teacher leaders to the table, and they engaged in this process where they learned about what do high performing schools do, and they had a voice right from the beginning, so that when it actually did launch, there was actually a little taste. And a true taste, not just a like, hey, we need a couple of teachers to represent. Like, they really developed a team, and they developed their redesign plan that the principals presented to the then commissioner of education. So that was really important, that runway. And I would say, I would like that runway to have been a little longer, because there's a lot to learn. This is about capacity building and people and building those trusting relationships, as Nancy and Tracy have both talked about. That does take a little bit of time, and it's making sure that from the get-go that it's not just about teacher voice and empowerment in name only, but in practice too. And so, what are the ways in which you engage them?
You mentioned when we talk about educators, we include all of the folks. So I want to get to Julie's question in the box. Do your teacher leadership teams include paraprofessionals or other support professionals? Were those folks also brought to the table during this discussion? Because the conversation is very teacher centric, and I wanted to make sure that you also included other people who were going to be in the buildings in these conversations as well.
So we gave the schools guidance over who should be on their team, and we wanted broad representation from every aspect and perspective in a school, there were probably, Nancy, you'll have to test my memory. We're going back to 2014 here. Whether we actually had paraprofessionals on the team, I'm not sure. But I think one of the things that we should mention is that we have a different collective bargaining agreement with our teachers union, but we do not for our paraprofessionals. So that makes it a little bit tricky for Matt and I when we're talking about working conditions for paraprofessionals. We actually do not have control over how we could change that contract. If I had a do-over, I would have loved to have renegotiated and had a contract with the president of the paraprofessional union, because they are teachers too, in my mind. And I really feel like the contract that the district negotiates impacts our staff, and we really have very little control over that. And so if you had a do-over, that would be one of my do-overs, is to make sure we're including our paraeducators in this work. But I would say broad representation of every other voice in a school. Nancy, correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, you're correct. I mean, I think the para president also wishes that she had to negotiate a contract with them, not just with the district. But they're in the AFT, so they're not under the MCA, but we work really closely. So I would say that planning process that Colleen outlined was really important. And I also have to say, though, that who comes in to do that is really important. So Tim and I were there the first day that Colleen started doing the planning process. And after about a half hour, we had a sigh of relief, because we realized that we had somebody that was in there that was actually going to make sure teachers had a voice, or I'll just say educators, so we'll go down that road. Educators had a voice. And we actually said at the time, Colleen ought to be the person that's working with the empowerment zone. A few years later, she ended up being that person. But, you know, we could tell that, like, so I think the most important thing is to find folks to do that work as you help people move from the way they've been doing things to moving to having these teachers, having a voice in the schools for people to make decisions and making sure that it happens correctly.
Thank you. I know we're close to the break, but I wanted to make sure that the local presidents that we have here on the line, if you had any questions about the process, you know, from beginning to end. I've already asked the questions I had, but I didn't want to stifle your voices. If you want to jump in and ask any questions you had before we went to break.
Stephanie, if I can just jump in and say, I think this is a really important conversation. So I'd be good extending this 5 minutes and cutting the next one 5 minutes, just because I want to make sure our educators get the chance. So please jump in if you have questions.
In Springfield, the educators who wanted to be part of that, wanted to be part of this zone partnership, were part of it. Others, what happened with those folks that may not have did not want to be, did not want to join?
Mm-hmm. So the empowerment zone has most of the middle schools and one high school. And so the people who are working in those buildings were in those buildings. They could transfer out if they wanted to, but there's not a lot of middle schools to go to. Some people have transferred out. I think a lot of people, so the high school level, they have a lot more flexibility because it's only one of 4 high schools. So I think that people did not leave because they were going to be in the empowerment zone. They did not leave the district. So it really is the district. So the empowerment zone has the middle schools and one high school, and then all the other high schools and elementary schools, and a few of the middle schools are still in the district. So and then people can transfer back and forth. So if you're in the empowerment zone, you can go to the district. If you're in the district, you can go to the empowerment zone when the transfer process happens in the spring. Process for selecting CLC. So right now, the way our teacher leadership teams work is that people at the middle school level, they elect, each grade level team elects a representative, and then there's a representative or 2 for the specials, like for everybody else who's not on a grade level team. And then if I was going to include paraeducators, I would say there should be a representative of the paraeducators and maybe a representative of the administration, middle level administration, assistant principals. So there's an election, and that's how they're decided. And then after every teacher leadership team meeting, because they're on a team, well, except for the specials, that's a harder group to get together, they can go back to their grade level team and talk about what was going on at TLT, get some input from people and go back to the teacher leadership team meeting and go back to the TLT meeting. The specialist group, we have to work really hard to get principals to allow those groups to meet together. At the high school level, it's been done by content area because people tend to meet more likely by content area than by grade level. So they're definitely elected. They're elected for 2-year terms, which rotates. So you always have people on the teacher leadership team who've been there before. And the teacher leadership team elections are run by the building reps.
Other local union folks, teachers, DSEA folks want to jump in and ask questions?
While we wait for people to think of questions, I think I want to go back to a question that Stephen asked a while ago. And just about like, how do you build trust? How do you have teachers trust you that what you say is your word? I think that one of the things that Nancy and Tracy and Matt and Nicole and Peter and I try to do as a partnership team is to model that trust and respect, right? So that, and Tracy mentioned this earlier, and Nancy's been asking for a long time, we need to have an orientation for new people to the zone. Let's do this, let's do this. And so we finally, said, we're gonna do this. So even though like we were opening up after 15 months of remote learning, we're gonna do this. And we got our teacher leaders and we worked over the summer to build, what do we tell new people coming to the zone? And I really believe that it's the modeling that we do as the leaders of the zone and the leaders of our union that model this for our educators and our principals, that if we can do this as leaders and trying to help everybody herd all of these people to make good decisions so that their students and their families get the education they so deserve, if we can model that for them and we can model that we trust each other and we can work together, then I think that gives people faith and hope that it's possible. And so I think for teachers, and this is where, where teachers find their voice, is that they know that there's not going to be retaliation. I have teachers email me out of the blue. I have them call me. I have them stop me in the hall when I'm there. They know who I am. And it's that same thing, that like that trust, right? That they're going to be listened to and heard. And we model that as a partnership leadership team, and that we can come to the table. And so as Nancy or Tracy or Peter will come with an issue that may be very much a leadership issue, and the teacher is, trying to have their voice and the leader's just not hearing, like they know that, then my leaders know that when I come to them with a problem, that it's like, this is on you. So this is a problem and it's on you. And so it's not just the educators, the classroom teachers, our counselors, our paraeducators, it's about the leaders too, understanding at a very deep level what this really means. And Matt and I are pretty clear, like you have to value collaboration and you have to value teacher voice, student voice, and family voice. If you don't, this is not going to be a place where you're going to be happy. And so that it's that constant messaging of like the vision of what we're trying to create that is critically important. And I think as leaders of the local union, our state rep with Nancy, Matt, and I, is that like we have to show that in a very authentic and true way, because otherwise it's just kind of like, yeah, right, I've heard this before, right? We have to live out what we say, and that's collaboration, partnership to resolve the issues that are facing us so that our kids get the education that they so deserve.
So Vicki, you had a question about stipends. So we're in bargaining right now and stipends are a big issue. So I'll let you know how that comes out, okay? But we've not been happy with the way that it happens right now. So we'll just, we'll let you know.
This will be a place where we agree to disagree.
Future. We just told them to take the money they were spending on stipends and put it into salaries in the last bargaining session. That's where we're at. Julie, you asked about administration getting the final say. In this model they do. I don't think they have to. In Springfield, we used to have a model of, before we had education reform, in Springfield, there was a model that there were teams in every school that worked by consensus. Ed reform, unfortunately, undid that. Should have not undone it, but it did. But they definitely were teams that were making decisions about running the schools on a consensus basis in the late 80s and early 90s. So it can be done. And I'm just saying this model does not have that, but I would, that actually was a mandate from the state. that the zone and the board have final say. So it's not often that it doesn't work out, but there have been times when the zone has come back and said you need to do something, or principals have just said we absolutely have to do this, and I'm not going to agree not to do it. But for the most part, people try to work it out. But if I had one thing to change, that would be the one thing I would change. Well, that and the stipends.
Thanks. And I want to wrap this up so folks get a break, but I think just to sort of frame the context, we really love this framework. The details are things that we want to build with the stakeholders on this call. And so I think it's really helpful to hear the perspectives of you, Nancy, you, Tracy, and you, Colleen, as we begin the process of really building out the details of it. So I deeply appreciate it. I know all three of you are incredibly busy, so it's super helpful. I also want to acknowledge Dan put a question in the chat around sort of setting goals and accountability for this. I'm couching that in the Excel spreadsheet. And then I also want to acknowledge Kathy's asked a question. She's asked it before about liability and sort of how that works. And so Matt, I hope I'm not asking or voluntolding you for something, but if we can maybe set up a conversation with folks in Springfield, maybe even the lawyers. Kathy herself is an attorney, and I often get in trouble for trying to be an attorney while I'm not one. So I don't jump in, or others. If we can set up that conversation, I'll send you an email right now, just put it on your agenda, because I think that would be more helpful. So if that's all right with folks, I just want to acknowledge the questions so people don't feel like we're ignoring them.
If I could just say something kind of funny before we close.
Please, Tracy.
So excuse me, my daughter went to school in Delaware. And so I'm looking at Paul, and I guess is it Christiana School that you're at? Well, I named her, that's her middle name, because I was driving all the way up and down 95 South, whatever heck I was going. But she went to Wesley College. So I was just telling her, like, I'm on this platform with these people in Delaware. So me and Nancy were talking last night. And anytime you want to do it in person, we love to come. I have my only pet, what do you call it? My reasoning for coming is because in Delaware and in Maryland, there are Rosses, and there's no Rosses here in Massachusetts. And so I would love to come and visit you guys so I can hit those little spots.
Love it. So I'm a Massachusetts native from Boston and went to school at Fitchburg State. So I'm just loving listening to all of you today.
We will graciously take you up on that invitation, Tracy, as we work through this. That would be so great. So happy that we have a way to get you down here. We're down to a 7-minute break, but I want to make sure that folks get a chance to stand up, stretch their legs. We're going to start at 11:10 on the dot. So please feel free to turn your camera off, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do. And just thanks so much for the engagement so far.
Thank you all very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And I don't want to hear about anyone else having success. And so I'm just going to stop this right there and appreciate everyone getting back to us on time here. And Darrell has joined us, who is also a Washington fan. So I know he shares my disappointment at our team. So
I remember some great Washington teams.
Well, we have to follow up offline so I can learn about what it was like to
Reagan's, and so yeah, they had their glory days.
Yeah. So we've heard from school leaders, we've heard from zone leaders, we've heard from educators, we've heard from, I think, a number of different folks. This is a really exciting opportunity to hear about the governance side of things. We have school board members who are on here. We have superintendents are on here. So we want to talk about governance for the next 35 minutes, and really excited to be joined by a few incredible folks. So I'll turn it over to Chris Gabrielli, who's one of our panelists, the chair of the equivalent of what we're calling here our trustee board in Springfield, their Empowerment Zone Partnership Board. Chris gave us the tour of Springfield a few years ago, has been really kind to us in helping share successes and challenges. So Chris, I'll turn it over to you to introduce Superintendent Warwick.
My pleasure. Good morning, everybody. Real pleasure to get the chance to chat with you, and always start from the point of view that you all know what's right for your communities, your students, your state, not us, but we're also happy to share with you what we've learned by the work that really got pioneered in Springfield. So I'm so glad to be joined by my close partner in all that work, the superintendent of the Springfield Public Schools, Dan Warwick. as well as, we've learned a little bit about how this can play out in different parts of the country. And so excited to be joined by Mr. Quentin Phillips, who I've not had the pleasure of meeting in person before, but knew of. And he'll be introduced by my colleague at Empower Schools, Malik Stewart. So my role here is that's relevant is I'm the chair of the board of the Empowerment Zone Partnership in Springfield and work to fabricate it with Superintendent Warwick and with the state agency. And let me introduce Dan and then have Malik introduce Mr. Phillips. Dan is the longstanding superintendent and a very longstanding educator in Springfield. He's homegrown, deeply committed, grew up in Springfield personally, was a teacher, was a principal. Part of the reason he was really warm to this idea was he himself had been occasionally the rogue principal. I think that's fair to say, Dan. You've said that out loud.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Who did what he thought was needed to help students succeed and therefore really believed in the idea that, empowering principals could matter and that there were many people in Springfield who could do what was needed, but that there were also people we could attract to Springfield if they, could have the opportunity to have these flexibilities. This is our 7th year of working together on this. And so we've learned, I think, how to work well in a kind of win-win way. And I won't say more other than to say Dan Warwick is just epitomizes what it means to be committed to the success of your community and every child in your community, and to be imaginative and flexible in how to do it. And that's why, it's been an incredible learning experience for me to get the chance to work with him on this Springfield Empowerment Zone partnership. Malik, will you introduce Mr. Phillips?
Sure. I'm going to introduce Q Phillips. I know government name is Quentin, but he goes by Q. He's the first vice president for the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees. Q specialist. Q is the area where a number of these partnerships are taking. In addition to charters and traditional schools, he's a very proud graduate of Dunbar High School, and even more proud graduate of Prairie View A&M, and holds several advanced degrees, including one in divinity from, I want to say, Eastern Theological Seminary over in Pennsylvania. He's an adjunct professor at TCU, and also operates a company that deals with equity and racial justice in the community.
Awesome. So we have a really great panel, and I have 4 questions that I'm dying to ask these folks. And Q, I actually want to start with you. We also, I neglected to say, have some really incredible community leaders on this call, and we have elected officials on this call. And so what would you tell community leaders, elected officials about this governance structure, and also how this model empowers the community? Because this is something, as we talked about last session, we want to do with educators. We also want to do this with the community. So can you talk about sort of this structure and how it leads to local input and really community empowerment?
Sure. And so I guess I'll begin by asking John, because there's many tentacles to it. You say this structure. What will you refer to when you say this structure per se?
Yeah, so the notion of this local board and this sort of pushing flexibility to the school level and having community councils, the notion of an empowerment zone, how for you has that empowered the community? And if there are challenges, definitely share those.
And I think, to be specific, I think around really the LAN, right? Is that the Malikan?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I appreciate that. And so my answer to that really is collaboration, right? So I say it in the individual sense and then bring that back into the collective. And so, I just really beginning by thanking you all for having me here. I mean, I really do appreciate being able to be in your presence today. For the individual level, what I always like to teach my young people and people in my community is that there's no self-made individual, right? And so, sometimes we get this mindset of one needs to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, or they made it to a certain level on their own, when really I find that to be a fallacy. Any product of success that we end up seeing is such a collaborative effort of people that have poured into, in this instance, the individual along the way, even those that may have been meaning detrimental harm in someone, that they still have added to who this person is, whether it be motivation, whether it be knowledge, whether it be mentorship, whatever it is. Each individual, as we see it, is actually a representation of the collective experience. Well, then we take that into the institutional standpoint of what we're talking about with the work that you all are doing and the work that we're talking about here with the Leadership Academy networks that we deal with here in Fort Worth. What we're doing is we're adding that principle into this governance structure, into the school idea, that it really is not going to, it really can't just be one individual effort that's going to get this done. It is the collective of the community that has to be responsible for the education. That's what's happening here when we're seeing these partnerships and this collaboration begin to happen, is to say, okay, we do have these, this finite resource that we're able to offer, but there's others out there that also have something that they can bring to the table. And if we as the adults, since we can work from the baseline, there's not a problem with the kids. The kids are who they are. They're capable, they're intelligent, and who they're going to become is going to be who we groom them and empower them to be able to be. So if the adults can get it together and play nicely, realizing that we all have a collective responsibility towards what it's going to look like to build these ambassadors that we're hoping to see, then it behooves us to be able to say, what is it that you and your organization can do alongside me and my organization, and maybe even this other partnership, that can really make sure that we're doing what's best for kids. And so even with the very core of what we're doing as far as governance in many ways is, how do we get ourselves out the way in order to put the best things in place that's actually going to be to the benefit of educating these young people, which is what we're charged to do. So when we start talking about that, when we start talking about organizations, we start talking about community members, it really is about empowering the responsibility of all to say that this is all of our problem, not isolated simply to, oh, that's a school district, y'all do it. Right. And so we've seen that through that collective action, through that partnership, through coming together, through thinking outside of the box, and being willing to take steps that initially hadn't been taken in the past because we've been siloed, is that this is where we're going to be able to get so much more productivity, so much more innovation, and really ultimately so many more results when it comes to student outcomes, which is what we're really looking to be able to do. So I kind of hope that answers where you're going, John.
Yeah, I really, really appreciate, the notion that we're all in this and we're all in this together. And so I really appreciate it. And we can follow up offline, but the model of Wilmington hasn't always empowered community leaders. And so we're excited to investigate that. Switching gears a little bit, Superintendent Warwick, I'm sure you've heard this question before, but I think it's a really fair one to ask with 3 superintendents on this call. I'm sure before you've gotten a similar question of, why would you give up your schools, from folks who see this model and think, oh, this is you giving up schools. Why would you do that? We know that's not exactly what this is, but I'm sure you've gotten that before. So I'm curious how you would talk about this.
I think that's a fair question. I've certainly heard that comment before. We didn't look at it that way. We looked at working with Empowerment Zone as a partnership team to approach the work differently in schools that had struggled for years, and we needed increased flexibilities and a different model to move them forward. So we didn't look at it as giving them up. We looked at it engaging in a partnership and approaching the work differently, with increased flexibility so we can move the schools forward. I'm a big believer in school-based teams having extra authority, extra accountability to engage in the work and put things into place that meet the unique needs of their students and their community. And I was a longtime principal. I was a big believer in autonomy at the building site. And I think that approach has merit. I think it has to come with accountability, of course. And I think the flexibilities that this afforded us really helped us. We also had some flexibilities with a teacher contract and in urban systems in Massachusetts, especially. Sometimes the urban contracts that you have are very, very constrictive. So having a team with some open architecture and increased flexibilities that can innovate and try some new things without some of the constrictions that go on in large school systems has made a difference. But we're in the work. I work with the Empowerment Zone team every day. I didn't look at it like giving up schools. I looked at it as gaining new partners to help us in the work in schools that frankly we struggled with traditional conditions and traditional union contract for years.
Thanks for that, Superintendent. And Q, you really addressed this well in your first answer, but I want to just pose the same question to you because again, we have two school board presidents and a school board member who represents the city of Wilmington. So same question as Superintendent Warwick. When you decided to create the land, how did you think about this as a school board member?
Absolutely. I mean, much to like Mr. Warwick was saying just a moment ago, in no way do I feel like any of our partnership schools, I don't feel like we've given them up in any way. They're very much still a part of our school district, part of our family, part of our planning, part of what we do. In many ways, what we've done is we've brought in the reinforcements, right? And you know, so when I look at the schools that are in my particular district and for we have single member districts, I don't look at, when I look at my pyramid of the schools in which I am responsible for and say, oh, I'm responsible for these, but that one over there is theirs in some way, right? I still absolutely look at it like these are all of our schools, and whatever it looks like for me to be able to help out, to empower, to whatever it is I need to do. When I'm visiting that school as well. I'm keeping up with what is happening there. It is still very much our school as well. We just have a great partner to be able to come alongside to add to it, since that, and what we're talking about in a real sense is equity. We saw the school that needed it the most and did something about it. That's really what equity is at the heart of this whole thing. So we're saying if we see it, we have these schools that are not performing well, we've tried X, Y, and Z variables already, then what are we going to do to be able to step out of what we've done in order to make sure we're doing all we can? And so if that means calling in partners to be able to help alongside that, then that's what we do. But it in no way is giving up the school. It's actually just enhancing and reinforcing the school.
Yeah, appreciate that. We're starting to get a bunch of questions in the chat, but Chris, I want to bring you in just because you sort of are a part of a different piece of this, which is you are the chair of the partnership board there, what we're calling here the trustee board. And so can you just talk a little bit about like what that board does, who's on it, what's your relationship to the district, how folks got there, and sort of give us a sort of brief 101 on what this partnership board looks like.
Absolutely. So the board of the Springfield Empowerment Zone Partnership, which is itself a nonprofit entity that has a contract with the Springfield Public Schools that sets out, our roles and responsibilities to each other. That board is made up of 4 people. This is the Massachusetts version. There are different things in different parts of the country, but our board is 4 people appointed by the commissioner for the state and 3 people who hold those positions as local officials. Superintendent Warwick is one. As superintendent, he sits on it. The mayor of the city of Springfield. In Massachusetts, mayors are generally the chairs of the school boards of their communities. So it's kind of a twofer there. He's both the mayor and the chair of the school board. I know that's different in Delaware, probably in most states. And then the vice chair of the school committee, although a school board, we call them school committees in Massachusetts, but same idea as a school board. Although I think that actually has become whoever the rest of the school board picks. And that's been one consistent individual who happens to bring a lot of excellent expertise. He's a former principal in the system, lifelong Springfield resident. So 3 local officials picked by the local processes, 4 picked by the state. I was sort of, I think this is fair to say, Dan, tell me if you disagree, a bit of a joint pick because I happen to know the Springfield folks well. I brought this idea, forward to them, and although I don't live in Springfield, I feel I've been involved in Springfield for 15 years and feel enormous personal, ties to it. The other 3 historically have been predominantly community members from Springfield. At the moment, 2 are actually the one is a philanthropist of some importance in Springfield, and the other is a gentleman who was a teacher at one time in the system, ran the YMCA, was in the city cabinet. He actually doesn't live in Springfield anymore, but he too was kind of very much an of Springfield person. So it's a board that is predominantly tied to Springfield, either by their personal interests and experience and credibility, or by being elected and appointed officials. And we see our job as meeting occasionally. We only meet 4 to 5 times a year. We don't meet monthly. We don't go into great depth on, what's going on and, on each policy choice, because our strategy is to put a lot of power, as the superintendent said, in the hands of the schools, and to focus on how we hold them accountable for their performance. And we have made a lot of changes. Not every school has reached the goals we all had. And we've been, I think, pretty fearless about being willing to say, at the recommendation of the staff, we have a small staff, led by Matt Brunell and Colleen Curran. I think you probably have heard from one or both of them already today. And they often recommend, hey, it's time to try something new. And one of the cool things is some of the new ideas are ideas that Superintendent Warwick has had, or ones that have run by him. And he said, I think that's a pretty good idea. To give you a small example, I think you've all heard from Principal Calvinese. He was someone we inherited in this set of schools and has performed at an extraordinary level, and working together with all of us. He now essentially runs 3 schools in the zone, which is not a structure that is normal in districts, and we pay him a different amount of money, and he's got a different role. These are the kind of flexibilities that are possible. And just to say the obvious, though, I say our board's role is ultimately providing governance, but the way it really works, and the way it works well, is that those of us who are meant to provide sort of independent outside stance have been so aligned with those who have been responsible for the long-term outcomes, like the superintendent, that it hasn't been about conflict. It's been about how can we help each other, help the management team be creative. We are responsible for setting up the metrics by which we judge this, and that's been a lot of fun. We have, I think, some of the most innovative metrics people have. We look, of course, at the standard performance metrics of academic gains and so on. Obviously, right now with tests being suspended due to the pandemic, those have been hard to look at, but we look at those. But we also look at things like whether parents give high scores on net promoter scores, whether teachers give high scores on whether there's collaboration. One of the things we're proudest of is how excited the teachers in the schools are, as reflected in the fact that they voted by such large majorities for this quite different contract, and that they're so engaged in the decisions at their schools. So we look at a set of metrics that go beyond the traditional test score ones in judging which schools are getting the job done and which schools need further action. And one last point I want to make is, I think one thing that is similar in the LAN and the Leadership Academy Network in Fort Worth and the Springfield Empowerment Zone is, in both cases, these are sets of schools that really needed to do better. And it's not like local folks didn't think that. It's not like state folks didn't think that. They were both precipitated in part by state requirements around, you got to do something about the schools, but they were creative, locally driven solutions that do things quite differently. For example, I know as a fact that in both places, the schools operate different hours than normal district schools, and teachers are compensated differently in order to allow that. And that's an example of something that's common sense to help low-income students facing particularly high challenges to go a set of hours that particularly help them, not only academically, but social emotionally and in terms of range of choices. And it's something that, like, when Superintendent Warwick and I first talked about this, we both said, let's not be bound by the rules that tend to hold down the pace with which you can move. Let's go faster. And not everything works, as an aside. This is hard. These students face great disadvantage in many cases. And there's high social mobility, and we haven't gotten, every school isn't killing it. But one thing that never happens in this zone is that we never stand still and say, we're limited by something. We say, let's go faster, let's try something different, and let's always do it collaboratively.
Yeah, I appreciate all the answers from you all. This is super helpful. I want to get to our comments in the chat. And I think one thing for the non-Delaware folks on here. So we are doing this as a coalition of the willing. This is voluntary. And so one of the questions was about your structures, where they voluntary or not. I just want to make it clear, this is something we believe is a coalition of the willing. We want folks to opt in. We want to spend this year creating MOUs that create this structure, and then working with educators, working with stakeholders, build out sort of how to phase this in. But wanted to talk about, for the Springfield side and the land side, was question one, was this voluntary or mandated? And then question two, how did you engage the community, and how do you engage the community? So a little bit different questions, but voluntary or mandated, and then as a process, how did you include the community?
I mean, I'd love to have Dan speak to it as well, but I think, I mean, I know enough about the land to say I think there's some similarities. I mean, in the case of Springfield, the state was calling the question on 3 middle schools, saying these schools have underperformed for too long. What are we going to do about it? And Superintendent Warwick had turned around the largest percentage of schools of any city in the state, largely at the elementary level. He had I think there were 7 or 8 or 9, right, Dan, that were in the highest risk category that had been turned around. So it wasn't that this was a district that couldn't achieve gains, but middle school is more challenging. It's different. And so he knew that. And so when the state said, well, we have these authorities, we can do things to those schools, as a friend to both parties, I reached out to him and said, well, what if we, instead of seeing what the state does and tries to impose, what if we came up with something creative, and in the end agreed that it shouldn't be just those 3 schools, but actually all 6 middle schools, and subsequently a high school has been added as well. So, is it voluntary or mandatory? I mean, I don't think if the state hadn't, called the question that the zone itself would have been formed. I think that's fair to say. But I think if Superintendent Warwick hadn't had the attitude of, yeah, I want to figure out how I can get more done. I need more help. I don't need to be told what to do. I need more help. We wouldn't have formed it, and we certainly wouldn't have more schools than the minimum number the state, could maybe induce, right? So what's so different is, and that's why this coalition of the willing approach is something I would highly recommend, is it was because when I called the superintendent and said, you want to see if we can make some lemonade out of what is a bit of a lemon situation for all of us? He was like, yeah, this is a really good idea. And we've been able to do a few things that I think he'd always wished to do that were harder to do, as he pointed out, because of union contract limitations, maybe in some cases, school board politics. We were able to move faster and better on those changes. So I would say it's highly voluntary, but it got triggered by the state raising questions, is fair to say. How would you say that, Dan?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. I think certainly we were getting pushed. They were pushing the envelope on 3 of our schools. But when Chris and I talked, we decided 3 other schools that piece was completely voluntary, would benefit from this opportunity. So we actually went with 6 to open up, and that piece was voluntary. So just the opportunities of this flexibilities and the support were something that these schools really needed. So we took the opportunity and moved forward. And it's been a true partnership with give and take both ways. And it's been very, very positive for the schools and those school communities.
Hugh, do you want to jump in and add to that?
Sure, yeah. And these gentlemen hit it perfectly. And I mean, and I guess in addition to that, as far as from our point of view, monetary incentive as well, right? So money always comes into play. So for our instance, like I said, we have our education agency along with our legislator that put in that House Bill of 1883 in order to be able to say that we're willing to fund, the efforts of getting the struggling schools out of their struggling condition, and willing to do so if you're willing to do so in partnership. So whether it was charter or whether it was higher education. And so the relationship that we have with higher ed already through the vehicle of Texas Wesleyan University, it just really was, one of those perfect storms of things that we have higher education right in our backyard. The relationships are embedded and built in. Now there's funding to go along with these beautiful ideas of thinking outside of the box of extended school day or more food for young people. I mean, just these tutors and all these things that we could do. It just kind of was that perfect ordeal. So yes, was something eventually going to be mandated to happen, sure, but we were able to get ahead of the curve on a voluntary basis of this is all coming together nicely, and the funding matches the partnership along with innovation.
Great, I appreciate that. We have 2 questions in the chat. I feel like I have been couching Dr. Shelton's questions in an Excel spreadsheet. So Dr. Shelton, want to give you an opportunity to ask your question, particularly of a fellow superintendent on the call. So we'll turn it over to you.
I was prepping chat, not unmuting. Sorry about that. I just like Superintendent Warwick explained that there was some things in the contract he was able to move around that really helped with the process. I was just looking for some specific examples of things look different in the zone that do in the rest of your schools?
Yeah, we were able to negotiate a contract that afforded the schools wide flexibilities. So relative to hours, working conditions, we have a very constrictive contract, goes back a long time, maybe 150-page contract of stipulations that inhibit what principals and teams need to do to move the schools forward. And we open the door and have a very lean contract that gives the schools wide flexibilities and the opportunity to work as a team to come up with innovative solutions. So it really opened up opportunities to be creative, be innovative, and not be restricted by so many past agreements that really aren't useful anymore. But it was hours, working conditions, accountability pieces, appointments to positions. So the principals and leaders of the schools have wide flexibilities from a personnel standpoint, from a financial standpoint on how they're using their dollars. It really can be very creative and innovative and do what needs to be done for that school.
Just to give, and Mr. Brunel and Mr. Matera on this call, know it pretty chapter and verse as well. But just to give you an example, Mr. Sheldon, on as the superintendent said, a particularly crucial piece is there are no work rules set in the contract. The work rules are determined at each school through a joint process that involves a teacher leadership team and the principal. And so the hours vary from school to school, but are often quite a bit longer. The pay for that is set in a stipended way, not an hourly way, which makes it affordable and possible, and has been popular and provides a lot of flexibility for school level. There are a lot of stipends available, so that principals are in a position to stipend teachers, not just follow kind of a rote sequence of raises, which means that Springfield's like many communities, some of the teachers who come in and are really strong get recruited aggressively by nearby communities because of more recent financial things. I think it's getting more competitive for Springfield in the sense of being able to compete. But when this zone started, Springfield routinely would lose some terrific educators to nearby communities who simply could pay more. And the stipending meant that the principal could retain a teacher and provide added duties to them, through that stipending. So there were a bunch of flexibilities that really put a lot more power at the school level, both to the principal and to this principal and TLT team, and took out, as superintendent, said, and particularly attractively, many, many pages of rules were replaced by a process of deciding at each school what its school plan was. And once that school plan is set, that's where the work rules for that school are captured. It's a real different idea of, how those things get set. And that practice translates into, these variabilities that they can have without having to go to the contract and argue about whether that violates how many hours in a row you teach, or how long a period is, or when the lunch duties are, or the many, many, many things that tend to have gotten negotiated over the years and become, limiting, all with good intention, but, make it hard when you're really trying to move fast in schools serving students who are struggling.
Where does the funding come from? We just had in the chat for those stipends.
So the biggest, shift is, and that made a lot of that possible, was that a higher percentage than would typically goes to the school and of the total per student funding, and then that school can determine how much of the services it wants to buy back from the district and how much it wants to invest in different things. So the single biggest difference is that they really look at a larger total budget and can say, well, we want to spend more, So I was recently talking to a principal who was changing their math strategy. And they, in that case, not a stipend, this is a positioning issue. They decided that low student load was the key, what they wanted to pursue in math. They saw a school that was doing much better in math than them, and they had much lower student load per teacher. They needed to add 2 math teachers. And I said, well, how'd you do that? And they said, well, we took a look at this one administrative position and eliminated it, right? So the flexibility on, how the money is spent frees up dollars to do that. And that includes the fact that I think it's 86% of the per pupil expenditure goes to the school level. Most of the schools choose to buy back a set of services. The district offers strong services in many categories, but if they don't choose to buy curriculum if they don't choose to buy professional development, if they don't choose to buy other things from the district, those now become dollars available to be used on those purposes. I give Superintendent Warwick tremendous credit that the way he has approached this is both to get his team to support it, because it means his team has to support really two different financial structures. And second, I've heard him say to his team, which I think is awesome, hey, if they don't want to buy certain services from you, you ought to see that as a signal that you need to raise your game on your services, right? He hasn't been defensive of it. He's seen it as healthy for the voice of the schools to come in. I don't want to put words in your mouth more than I already have, Dan, but I've heard you say that in public. And I think you're right, that it's healthy that the schools get to say, well, you know what, maybe we don't want to buy a certain service. And then your central office guys have to think about, should they change the service, right?
As a former principal, that was the role I was in the longest. I'm a big believer that central office exists to provide services to principals. So we've got to up our game relative to the quality of the services. So this little piece here for accountability at the central office end helps also, because if people aren't buying services, I have to make the cuts in those departments. And so folks get that it's we have to deliver quality, and it's helped us with that. And so we've actually downsized some at central office because of this.
Thanks for that. We have our next session starts in 2 minutes, but there's one more question in the chat. Daniel Walker, who's the chief of staff at City Council, had a question. I think it was directed to Q. And so Daniel, do you want to jump in and ask that?
Sure. Thanks, John, and thanks everyone for joining. The last session, we had some union representatives on that really talked about the flexibility with their contracts. I'm just interested in understanding from a governance perspective what the levers are that may have led to the necessary and needed autonomy and accountability, because that is, I think, where a lot of it is going to hinge on. Is governance is vital and important. And so I'm familiar with your work, Q. I followed you for a few years. And so I'm just interested in your perspective and how it played out in your area.
Yeah, so necessity, right? That's the biggest catalyst there, is that, yeah, we can go back and forth on all the political maneuvering, and but bottom line is that do we see need? Do we see hurt? Do we see where somewhere in essence where we're failing, right? And so if we have a school that we see that, we're not being successful in that school, what do we need to do about it? That in itself breeded for it not to be a hard sell, right? Okay, we have options here. So what are those options going to look like? So, thankfully, at the heart of the matter, when we get all of the adult stuff out of the way, and we really do focus it back on what are we going to do to put our best foot forward towards educating our young people, towards doing the best we can for our young citizens in Fort Worth, then when something like this comes about, to where we understand that the structures can be in place, funding can be in place, people can be in place, we can honor those who are going to be doing these things, such as the teachers and the principals with stipends, and showing them how much not only do we value their expertise and what they bring to the table, but how much we're willing to invest in those young people in those areas, saying we will not fail, right? So those are those conversations that had to happen in order for the whole thing to come together. And they weren't as difficult conversations as maybe we had thought, because people really understood the necessity of it, the urgency of now to do so.
Thank you so much, Q. And just want to thank Chris, Superintendent Warwick, and Q for your time. This was a super helpful session, and I just appreciate you all making time amongst your busy days. Really, really, really appreciate you being here and answering our questions. So we have 2 formal sessions left, and then a voluntary Delaware debrief after that. So I want to turn it over to Jim and Malik and just kind of set that. Our final presenter has a hard 12:30 to 1. And so let's make sure we wrap up in plenty of time for that. So thanks again to our presenters, and turn it over to Jim and Malik here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Good luck.
Thank you. So I'm going to introduce our panelists, and then I'm going to hand it over to Jim, and we're going to stick to time. On this panel, we have Bailey Holyfield. She is the leader of the Luminary Learning Network in Denver. Robin McDermott, who leads the work in Transformation Waco, Texas. We also have members from Fort Worth ISD's budget office, David Johnson, who serves as the senior officer there, Patricia Young, who's the manager of the general fund and position control. And we're also joined by Alex Seltzer, who's the executive director of operations for what we call the Land of the Leadership Academy Network in Fort Worth. And I'll turn it over to Jim.
All right, thank you, Malik, and to the group, thank you for willing to participate as well. So we're going to start with what were some of the biggest concerns as you started the journey, and how were they resolved? And we'll start with Fort Worth, Waco, and then Denver.
So, good morning. My name is Patricia Young. I'm with Fort Worth ISD. I'm a budget manager. And I have taken on the task of helping out our partners with Fort Worth Leadership Academies and our Phelan partner. My biggest concern starting off was making sure that I was providing, or I am providing, the financial support needed for the partner to have full autonomy over the school's budgets, and continuing that collaboration throughout the school year for budget accuracy and predicting enrollment numbers and calculating the state and federal funding. Especially right now with the pandemic going on, we've had lots of changes and updates taken to the funding. And so that's made it a little bit more difficult in keeping up with the changes, and then just making sure we are providing the accurate budget needed for our partners. And I guess my solution has been, just trying to keep that open communication with the partners, and then, just making sure anything that any budget that needs to be changed is being updated.
I'm Robin McDurham, CEO of Transformation Waco. When we first started the journey, I was the assistant superintendent for Waco ISD, who was responsible for the coordinating the planning of the zone. And I think that one of our first challenges, we were the first 1882 partnership in the state, and we had 6 months to plan the partnership before launching. And so one of our first challenges was really time. 6 months is it's doable, but it's a lot. And we wouldn't have been able to have gotten there without the guidance of Empower Schools as our design partner. We didn't know what we were doing. And it made a big difference to be able to have some models and examples to follow. I think that our next biggest challenge was setting up our governance model, because we created the nonprofit that was going to be operating our zone. And so we established a 501c3, and we designated all of our board members. We wanted to make sure that our board was representative of our community, and it is, and representative of our student population. We have a very diverse board that all of the members bring a lot of great things to the table, but that involved a lot of training and support there. And then our third biggest challenge, I believe, was just jumping into school redesign while we were operating the schools. That, if I had it to do over again, the first thing I would say is take the time you need to establish your roles and responsibilities, and know what you're going to have before heading into it.
Hi, everyone. Bailey Holyfield, Executive Director of the Luminary Learning Network, Denver's first innovation zone. Similarly to what my colleagues have shared, What I would add from my perspective is really an intentional focus on making sure the voices centralized in design and decision making are those of the educators responsible for carrying out the work. And so I think in addition to governance and in addition to the financial components of this work, our zone was really created in response to educators saying that they needed different flexibility and space within a larger system in order to be able to design in partnership with their communities to meet the needs of their students in intentional and meaningful ways. And so I think like that's a part of this work that can get lost as the rest of the system and structures pieces come into that work. And I think it's also really hard to always center those voices when there are so many stakeholders and so many vested interest in getting things like this off of the ground. And we continue to come back to that pretty consistently, including making sure that we have educators seated on our board in order to represent that part of the work as we continue to iterate in partnership with our communities.
Thank you. This question is more specific to Alex and Bailey, and we'll go alphabetically, Alex, so you get to go first. So what sorts of district systems are the most important for partners to understand, and how do you identify those?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think, right off the bat, the two biggest things that I would encourage partners to get a grasp of first would be, the staffing piece, and then the purchasing components. In addition to the budget, I think that's pretty, it's a pretty obvious, answer dealing with the budget and the finances and, the transition of how is the money coming in, how is it getting to the partner, where are those funds being held. But staffing and purchasing are the two biggest things because, from an operations perspective, and that's my role, I'm the executive director of operations for the Leadership Academy Network. So, for us, making sure that our buildings are fully staffed right off the bat and that we have the right people and they get processed in a timely manner. But in addition to that, making sure that they have the purchases and the items that they need to start school, because a lot of times you're coming in as a partner and you might have different curriculum. You might have different books and materials that you might be buying. There might be some additional supplies. So really just, those essential pieces that you need to run and operate a school. I would say those would be, two of the top priorities coming in.
In addition to what Alex shared, right, I would also say really clearly defining in that partnership what's loose and what's tight, and the decision making, who gets decision making rights and how as the organization grows and evolves over time, right? So if we agree to budgeting, if we agree to staffing models, where there are true flexibilities, and then how, if and when we come into tension in our partnership of decision making, like what are then the structures in place for collaboration between the district and partners in order to evolve those conversations over time? Because as you move from design to implementation, and as you move in your localized context, the world will change, right? Things like pandemics happen, and then other unforeseen evolutions and iterations of the work. And so in that context, I think as you design for partnership, designing with intentionality around what's loose and what's actually tight, and then where decision-making happens and who holds authority around that decision-making as the work shifts over time.
Thank you both. For Robin, here's a question for you, directed for you, I guess. What can partners do to support new people in central office roles to understand the partnership and structure of the partnership?
Well, this is really important. When especially a new administrator at central admin comes in, we reach out to them, we send them our contract, and we talk about where their levels of expertise interact with our work. And then, so that's our first step. And then our second step is our team has been very intentional about building relationships with our colleagues on the district side, and with the purpose of showing how we add value to the district and how we can assist the district by using our autonomy and pioneering different approaches. One example, I have a data specialist who is really one of the strongest in the state. And it is not unusual for the district to call her on a regular basis and ask, how did she navigate this? How would she approach it? And we've gotten to be more unified for specific departments because of those intentions.
Thank you, Robin. The next question or set of questions is directed at our fourth works folks. And so the first one is, how does each side monitor the efficacy of operations of the partnership, gather feedback, and continually improve? So that is directed. I don't know who wants to go first between David and Patricia.
I'm happy to take that. We continue to have monthly meetings with our partners. We review the financial operations and the adherence to the financial operations. The theme that I hear over and over is the collaboration, and I can't stress the collaboration enough. As we sit down and we work through data, we look at the supporting detail of that data, it becomes a focus point of the conversations. Adherence to, I guess, the budget and the budgetary constraints, it evolves over time, and making sure that everybody's on the same page, understands. And when there is an issue, and there always are issues, it's working through those collaboratively together to make sure that we get the train back on the track. So, it's really through that collaboration, through the discussion, the analysis, and the review of the data at intervals that allow us time to make the shifts that are necessary to be made.
Tricia, anything you'd like to add?
No, it is collaboration. That's what I said from the very beginning. That was a big concern of mine. And so we have been continuously to do that on a monthly basis. So that is the biggest key, is collaboration.
All right, and a follow-up question to you both is, if an operational process is not meeting expectations, how do you work collaboratively to address it? And I apologize, my dog is all of a sudden becoming needy.
I think all parties have to be willing to compromise and come to a conclusion that, for instance, let's just say that the student population is less, and then obviously we know that students for Texas anyway drives the available funding, and so it's a decision point of knowing that we have to adhere to the contract, we have to stay within the budgetary confines. And I think that is where you look at the detail, you go back, you collaborate, you agree on the assumptions, you agree on the projections, and come to a consensus that together you'll work through that to get things back into budgetary alignment. So it's a review of the data, it's an agreement as to the assumption of the data and where that's leading, and the willingness to work together through this partnership to make sure that we stay in alignment with the terms of the contract, which all parties want. At the end of the day, we want the students to be successful. That's first and foremost. And if we can't work together to get through these things, then ultimately it's to the detriment of the students. So I think, again, I'm going to go back to the collaboration, working through it, looking at the data, ensuring that data is clear enough, assumptions, all the things that we intuitively know that are a part of the financial process, budgeting, finance, et cetera.
I want to piggyback on that and actually bring Alex into this question for Fort Worth and Alex, and actually others. What are some pieces of advice or insights on operationalizing budgeting and purchasing processes? What advice would you give as people are trying to think through this? What does this look like? What advice would you give?
Well, I don't want to beat a dead horse with the collaboration, but one of the things that we do that's been helpful is to have, biweekly meetings, and they started out monthly, but have moved to biweekly, where we have essentially department heads or liaisons from the key areas come together and just be able to touch base. Sometimes the meetings are half an hour, sometimes they're 10 or 15 minutes. And we just, kind of go over, what's on fire, what's upcoming, you know, and just walk through those pieces. And that's been really helpful. Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but I mean, just that's what we've done, and that's what's worked really well for our group and the relationship.
And as we've been going on, you know, these biweekly meetings we just started this year, so we're learning each and every year with our partners on things that are working better for us. And then, you know, and then we also, you know, talk about, you know, our meeting dates and how often and what we want to discuss at that time. And so it's been working very well.
Transformation Waco, then Luminary.
I think one thing that makes a difference is differentiating between policy and local procedures. We're good at it now, but one of the challenges we initially had was for everyone to understand what the zone is required to do and where the zone has autonomy. And like I said, we're good at it now. It's really, there's, you know, but it's taken time, and addressing it on the front end is, I think, in everyone's best interest.
I'm nodding enthusiastically behind what Robin's saying around just like that, again, back to that real clear defining of loose and tight and decision making. And then I think to echo something I heard Robin say earlier, which was, right, like this, what is the commitment of the organization to training and understanding the role of the partner, the role of the zone, and the ways in which like support, interaction, inclusion, autonomy work in that relationship. And I think like it definitely gets better with time. Also in a Denver context, right, where we have shifting political ideologies and shifting ecosystems at this moment, it also gets more tense over time. And so in that continuum of partnership, having a commitment to really clearly define to what the working relationship will be, the entry points for collaboration, and then a commitment on behalf of the organization to continuing education and understanding for new folks onboarding into the work of what is exactly tight and what is loose, and how that relationship works and the importance of it. And to David's point, centered then on what's best for students and families served, it goes a long way.
And I want to ask this next question and then leave time for Q&A. So this morning, I think in sessions 2, 3, and 5, we heard buyback services, and just making sure that our partners understand what that means. Fort Worth, could you talk about developing a menu of services and what it means to buyback, and then any other partners who would like to talk through that too? I know that Denver also has a menu of services, but could you talk through the budget office standpoint of what it means to develop a menu of services and what it means for partners to buy back?
Absolutely. You know, when we talk about the menu of services, the terminology in Texas is opt-in, opt-out. So what that basically means is we look at central office of support, categorized by, you know, the department itself. For instance, we've got a curriculum department. So within curriculum, they provide various supports to the individual campuses. Fort Worth is an enormously large district. So what we try to do is segment that into the various areas. We've got bilingual, ESL, we've got, you know, curriculum writers, we've got instructional coaches. So what we're trying to do, and there are challenges because schools, as you all probably know, are not set up under a cost accounting structure. So what we've done is with work with ERS, Educational Resource Strategies, is develop an allocation methodology to create a menu of services, what I just described, you know, the various academic supports through the cost structures that are administered throughout a district. And so what ultimately results from that is if you've got, you know, 500 students out of a 50,000 student organization, then you've got 1% of the cost. That cost is then translated to serve those students in that capacity, the curriculum capacity. And then you break it out on an allocation methodology so that when you're buying something, you have a pretty clear understanding of, okay, when I opt into curriculum, we've got some bilingual curriculum. What that does is that'll take service management, which is the central office support that looks at data. They look at programs, they do the analysis on what's most effective. You've got service delivery. So you're going to have a coordinator that comes out, meets with your teachers, goes through that curriculum, helps them administer that. And so that is kind of the methodology that applies. We do that universally through all the departments. We've got transportation, we've got curriculum, we've got safety and security, we've got grounds maintenance. So each of those various areas I just mentioned has a cost allocation. We break it out and then give campuses the option to, or I guess partners, the option to either capitalize on the the district offerings, or they can go out and do that themselves. In other words, if you think you can go out and hire a bilingual coordinator by that curriculum, that's your option. And if you're a large organization that already has those things in-house, then it would probably make sense to opt out and provide that yourself. But if you're a small organization, you can benefit from what the district's already doing, use those assets and pay for that proportionate share of the assets through your revenue stream and use those services. And that's kind of it in a nutshell.
And I think, the one thing that I would add in, and David, please forgive me if I'm jumping ahead too much, but I mean, it's an evolving process, right? I mean, partnerships, this is not something that's been around for 10 to 15 years and it's been codified. This is something that every fiscal year and planning session we're reviewing, we're updating, we're revising on both ends, right? So I would just add that note to what Mr. Johnson was saying.
Oh, absolutely. And I can tell you that when we started with Texas Wesleyan, Alex, good point. We have a lot of discussion about it. We want them to understand, and there are limitations from a Fort Worth ISD standpoint. When you have a $200 million curriculum budget, trying to translate that out into a plethora of categories is not always easy. So it's evolving. On TWU, we kind of did one methodology. On the next partnership we're in with Phelan Academies, we worked with ERS, the Texas Education Agency, paid for this third party to come in and help us develop a methodology. So it's evolving. So, and it's a back and forth. Patricia really is the one who has worked in that. And Patricia does a lot of granular work to try to parse out expenditures to give the best advantage or the best opportunities to each of these partnerships in clarifying what they are buying. So it's not always easy to translate, literally hundreds of millions of dollars into very specific cost benefits of these organizations.
So thank you all. We have one question in chat, and certainly others feel free to either add them to the chat or raise your hand. It came from Dean Henry. Dean Henry, I don't see you on my screen, but do you want to unmute and ask the question, or would you like me to ask on your behalf?
I'm happy to ask, Jim. Thanks for the opportunity. Just really interested in how the relationship, the collaboration with Texas Wesleyan University was established and then maintained through this process. And are there certain key roles that any of you see for the university partnership that we need to be cognizant of if we're approaching this kind of collaboration?
The arrangement with Texas Wesleyan was part of a Fort Worth ISD initiative. It's called Senate Bill 1882. It's specific to Texas. It's charter district arrangements. We went through a call for great schools, which is, Texas's terminology. There were some applications to partner with the district. The district partnered with Texas Wesleyan University, and, contracts were drawn, negotiations were held, but that's kind of the genesis of this project. It's a statewide initiative. We were very fortunate to have Texas Wesleyan University be our partners on that. Fort Worth ISD has worked with Texas Wesleyan, so it was an easy transition, and it's a very amicable relationship, and we can sit down and have the discussions in the spirit of doing everything that we can to help, campuses that had not done well academically to partner with Texas Wesleyan and give students a different structure, and it's worked well in that regard.
To add really quickly to what David is saying, So that call for great schools, when they put that call out, operators can be governmental agency, nonprofit, university, previous operator, or homegrown. You can develop your own nonprofit to apply, and your application and your budget are both approved by the board. So the board approves both. The board, Fort Worth ISD board approved Texas Wesleyan, and then they approved the budget that Texas Wesleyan submitted as a part of that process. So it's a 1 to 2 step approval process, depends on the ISD, but they approve both the provider and the budget. Sorry.
And I'll just, tack on, there are so many advantages to these partnerships. And if you're thinking about it from a nonprofit organization, certainly there are, a big list of pros. But when we're talking about a university partner, and I believe that was, to Mr. Henry's point, there are so many positive outcomes for both the partner, but then also for both ends of the partnership is what I'm trying to say, for the university and the district. And when we're talking about key roles, going back to what Bailey was saying, having a clearly defined governance was something that was really critical on the front end. So, from a university structure, and I have a background in higher ed, you're thinking, okay, what office is this going to report to? Are they going to be a department, unto themselves? Are they going to be under the provost? Are they going to be on the, are they going to be on basically which side of the house, right? And so that was something that we needed to establish early on, and then identifying, who the owners are. So our team, that services the schools, our land team, we're Texas Wesleyan employees. We're not Fort Worth ISD employees. However, all of the teachers and all of the employees inside the schools that we serve are still Fort Worth ISD employees. So that, that delineation and that governance structure was really key, with the initial onset of the partnership and the formation. Does that help, Mr. Henry? And I know I messaged you privately. I'm happy to connect, afterwards, and I'll drop my email in the chat. That goes for open invitation for anyone, on this call.
Really helpful. Thank you so much.
Marie, can I jump in and ask a question of someone on this call, just because she brings such a unique perspective. I had the privilege of talking to Robin a few months ago, and Robin, I think you bring such an interesting perspective as a teacher, administrator, assistant superintendent. I believe you told me both city council member and former mayor of Waco. Can you talk, and we asked this in a previous panel, but we have some incredible community leaders on here, Ms. Smith-Tucker, Dr. Williams, Ray Jones-Avery, Lynn Howard, Sarah Green. Can you talk a little bit about how you work with the community? Just because this is a really key piece of this. And I know it diverges a little bit from this model, but I just think given your perspective, knowing all things Waco, just talking about the community engagement component would be really helpful.
Certainly, thank you. So yes, our partnership, our nonprofit is based on a community school model. We see Transformation Waco as a Waco-driven solution to school improvement. And so my board chair is also a former mayor of Waco, and we're very, very intentional about including the community in every way that makes sense for school improvement. We partner with several organizations. And we also have created several initiatives that involve the community. So for instance, one of our problems was that kids weren't getting, after being screened for vision and needing to have a treatment, they weren't getting that treatment. 4 to 5% of our kids who needed glasses were actually getting glasses. And so that was one of our first initiatives, to partner with a local optometrist and a local foundation. And we created our own vision center. And now we have gone from 4% of students needing that treatment to 90% actually being served. And we've offered it up to Waco ISD and other communities that partner with Waco ISD. So I want to be real clear. We have a strong, we have community volunteers. We have a strong partnership. Often in a community school model, you can lose sight of the purpose that is to educate kids, and you can spread yourselves a little thin with good stuff. So we've been real intentional in working with the community and supporting our community and understanding that our goal is to educate children, and all of the community's goal is to help us eliminate barriers to learning. But we've had, well, our list of partners exceeds 100 in many of the different ways that we engage them. But I do think the key is that we engage them through the school improvement lens. And it does matter that the community has had a relationship with me and my board chair, because there's a built-in trust. That there is a sense that we're all in this together. We've worked in this for years, and this is a new way to approach it.
There's a second question that came in the email. I'm not sure if it's directed to anyone in particular, but Bailey, thank you for responding. The question was, do administrators have a union and or negotiated agreement? And so since Denver's responded, if you don't see in the chat that they do, Waco and Fort Worth, could you respond to that?
Waco does not have aggressive unions. We have a couple of associations that we work with, but we're not, Texas doesn't have the same type of unionization as some of the other states.
As a former Texas educator, I can say it's a different ball game in Colorado, and I'm happy to talk about the ways in which we've navigated that one-on-one as it's helpful.
And then there's
Okay, Jim.
I was going to just say, I didn't know if someone else needed to respond, but there's also a third question in the chat. Do you employ staff dedicated to partnership management?
On the district side, we do not. We have it within our existing staff, but as we expand these partnership initiatives, we do plan on hiring another staff devoted solely to that.
Have a director of student advocacy, and she manages school-based supports and our community management. She's perhaps one of our busiest employees.
In the Denver context, we, on the district side, I used to work in the district office, we're situated under their authorizing entity within the district structure. And so they built it into the district-led authorizing teams work for oversight and authorizing. And then on the zone side, we are small but mighty. So we only carry 2 employees, the executive director, that's me. And I do, I'd say, 90% of the partnership management between the district. And we also have a director of basically zone operations and innovations who does some of our R&D work, our data support, and some of the more operational components of the work and service to our schools and in partnership with the district.
Thank you all. I don't see any other questions, but we have about 10 minutes remaining in this session. So one, is there anyone out there who has any additional questions, or any of our panelists who have any other comments, either aligned to these questions or you think that would be supportive of this portion of our segment around the collaboration? I got teacher wait time, by the way.
I will say, Jim, I'll jump in. I have asked our final presenter, Andrea from NEA, to join us 5 minutes early. And so we're really excited for that. But why don't we go ahead and give folks a a mini break here. Stand up, stretch your legs. At 12:25, we'll start the final session with Andrea from NEA. She has a really exciting PowerPoint, and then we'll have a conversation. But feel free to stand up and get a little break in. And we'll be back in 4 minutes. And just want to reiterate our gratitude to our visitors here for their time in this session.
And I'd like to take an opportunity to say thank you to all of our panelists in this session as well. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, 3.5 minute break. Stand up. We'll be back at 12:25, ready to go. All right, 1 minute warning, and we'll be back. Andrea, I'm going to go ahead and make you a co-host here so you can share your screen. Hold up. All right, you should have the ability to share. So we are back at 12:25. This is our final session, and then at 1, when Andrea has to leave, we're going to ask any non-Delaware folks to kindly and respectfully exit. And for folks who want to stay and debrief and have a conversation, I would love to have that. I also understand if people at 1 o'clock are like, I need to go move around and get outside, so I won't be offended if folks can't stay. But wanted to provide that forum to have sort of a follow-up talk about what we heard today. So Andrea Walker is here from the National Education Association. Andrea gave an amazing presentation that I've gone back to a number of times just to make sure that everything I saw was indeed what I saw about shared decision-making, collaboration, and what it's done for educators at high need schools around retention and student achievement. And so super excited to have Andrea here on the call. And so Andrea, want to turn it over to you. You've disappeared from my screen. Are you here?
I am here.
Okay, I said all these nice things about. I hope you were here to hear them. So turn it over to you. Thank you so much for making the time. We deeply appreciate this.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I see some of my DSEA friends, and I did a presentation a while back with national school boards and chatted with somebody from Delaware as well. So if you're there, hi. If not, hey, everybody else. Nice to see you. So I am going to spend some time talking to you about some work that I am most excited about at the NEA. I've been at the NEA as well, now my role is Associate Director of NEA Strategy. And this is the most exciting work that I have been involved in, and look forward to sharing it with you. And I'll tell you a little bit about how we got involved in this. And essentially, in my department, we look at, I think I just switched. Hold on. Sorry. I've been doing this for what, 2 years now? You'd think I'd get the hang of it. There we go. Nope. Are you seeing my slide? Or are you seeing yourselves?
Yep, no, we're seeing your slide.
Okay, sorry about that. So at the NEA, we are looking for what our members need and wanted to do what they are passionate about. And by and large, what they are passionate about is helping students learn and succeed. And what we found was this national study done over time, which was in order to improve teaching and learning, our educators felt like their participation in decision-making in their school buildings and work sites and in the district is what it would take to improve teaching and learning. And so we set off on a quest to examine what were the processes that helped them participate in decision-making. And we came across labor management collaboration. It is not a new concept. It has been going on in in districts and schools for decades. But what we were looking at was, how does this transcend individual relationships and motivation for people to collaborate who may come and go in the system, to what would cause it to grow, spread, and ultimately stick. And so what I'm going to do is to share a little bit about the research that comes out of Rutgers University and Cornell University from two partners of ours, Dr. Saul Rubenstein and Dr. John McCarthy. Saul Rubenstein has been doing this work for quite some time as a researcher, but also as a practitioner in labor in private sector, as well as in public sector in education. He's a former school board member, so brings a lot to this work, and first looked at a district in California that had just come off of a very painful strike for all participants, who then said there must be a better way to do this. And for those of you familiar with union processes, we have many at our disposal for educator voice. Collective bargaining is one of the more well-known educator voice strategies, which is when folks negotiate in episodic periods where administration and the union might have competing interests, where they ultimately land on an agreement. We have collective bargaining for when agreements might fail, whether to pass laws, policies, elect leaders. But what is at our disposal, an educator voice strategy for when we share common goals focused on student-centered teaching and learning issues that are sustained across time? And that's where we came across collaboration. And collaboration has been widely researched for its benefits for students and for adults in their workplaces. But what had not been examined until Dr. Rubenstein and Dr. McCarthy looked at it was what caused it to grow and stick and spread. And that's where they discovered that quality partnerships between union management and other stakeholders like school boards and parents community are the antecedent, right? Like that what needs to be in place solidly beforehand. And when there is a solid quality labor management partnership that commits to shared decision-making around student-centered issues, what happens is educators in their work sites and districts increase the quantity and the quality of their collaboration, and results in positive outcomes for students, particularly in high poverty areas, teacher retention and educator retention at large, particularly in high poverty areas, and the amount of engagement, efficacy, empowerment in the system. So I'm going to dig into those findings, and which, regardless of groups that we've talked to, the outcomes of these findings are so exciting. Folks say, once we hear this, we can't unhear it, and so we have to do something about it. And I will tell you, the process for collaboration is not about implementing a particular program. It is program agnostic, issue agnostic. It's not something that you buy as a package and then take out and figure out how to work on. It's really just processes of people coming together to practice working together, and that sounds easier than it is sometimes. So I'll first go over the research findings, then go over what I'm talking about what it means to be a system of collaboration, and then I'll share some of the resources that NEA, along with our partners in administration, school boards, principals association, have helped develop. So when there are quality partnerships between the union and management and other education stakeholders, that increases collaboration in schools. Those schools with the highest level of collaboration have more students succeeding at or above grade level. So again, regardless of programs that are implemented. So when you take a look at that, 12.5% more students learning at or above grade level in English language arts, and 4.5% more students learning at in math. This is even after adjusting for poverty and other factors that folks may say limit the ability for students to succeed. And so that's exciting. The researchers are taking a look at the difference in these two scores. Might be because this is more a natural area of collaboration in English language arts, but there's still additional examination on this. Also, additional examination of student success outcomes beyond test scores. So your neighbors in Delran, New Jersey, are looking at their increases even during the pandemic, because they've had a foundation for collaborative practices. They have seen increases in student attendance and student graduation, which is particularly exciting for them. Collaboration in high quality partnerships results in improved goal alignment between administrators and rank and file members or school building employees, and increased belief from educators that they are able to do their jobs well and that they have what they need to do them. And then I'll go into this a little bit more, but the benefits of what's in it for me as union members and leaders and administrators, principals, superintendents, is they are perceived by folks in their system as better professional resources. So one principal who talks about his implementation of this practice said, I was hired, I was well liked by the staff in my school. We got along well. I thought we were collaborating, but only when I put together practices and processes for more formal and structured meetings where members in my school building could discuss and make decisions about issues, was I actually respected. And so, that's some interesting additional benefits if the student outcomes and the retention wasn't enough. So this is usually the ooh, ah slide that folks look at. So high poverty areas, teachers are 3.5 times more likely to leave schools than they are in low poverty areas. Not great for students, right? When there is the highest level of school collaboration, so it increases significantly. And actually this green line is a statistically significant slope, so that even in the low poverty schools, as collaboration increases, there is a statistically significant increase in teacher retention in low poverty. But when you take a look at this one, there's no statistically significant difference in teacher retention rates in high poverty areas. So that's pretty huge, right? When collaboration happens, which is supported by solid quality partnerships where the union and management agree to share in the decision-making in teaching and learning decisions, educators stick around and more students succeed. This study was also repeated over time. So this one is showing within existing school systems, it's not about whether they've retained, but their commitment to actually stick around, and showed the same findings, that teachers' commitment to stay in their school buildings increased when there was collaboration. Here's about principals, and as they commit to shared decision-making, those in the system perceived them as a greater resource. And the same thing for association or union reps. Again, this slope is not as steep, but still statistically significant. And as you can see here, these folks had a longer way to go in terms of being seen as a professional resource than the association reps who are also working in the school. The other piece that's important to those of us in the union, where we focus on kind of 3 frames of unionism. So, you know, of course, the traditional aspects, racial and social justice, and professionalism. Engaging in collaborative practices, union leaders see their roles as not primarily communicating about grievances and some bargaining contracts, but more, or in addition to that, communicating about school improvement, ensuring educator voice and educator quality, and ensuring shared decision-making. So it's a more balanced role, and it's focused on kind of the transformation that we all aspire to in our union environments. And so when you hear the narrative of some of your colleagues across the way in New Jersey, which I'll talk to you a little bit about some of their practices in a second, you know, they talk about the need to, they still very much, you know, have the traditional union practices of bargaining and of handling grievances, but those have actually decreased. So they spend less time at the bargaining table seeking a quality agreement, because a lot of the agreements are made, or the practices are happening in their more sustained or ongoing conversations, and then they just codify them in their agreements. And there are few grievance issues to actually handle because the discussions and decisions are happening in collaborative practices. So what happens too, because of our natural networks of meetings where, you know, I see Jeff from DSEA and Stephanie at various national meetings, or we see each other in regional meetings all across the country, we tend to share our practices from district to district, state to state, and nationally. And the same goes for administrator colleagues, school boards as well. I'll share that when I get to the system, which is the next piece. John, do you want me to pause for any questions or kind of hold them to the end?
Yeah, let's keep going. And then I know Miss Smith Tucker already put one in the chat, and I've had a few folks texting me, but why don't you go through the presentation, then we'll open it up.
Okay, got it. So building a system, these are the outcomes I just shared, and these are the partnerships involved, right? So there's the union, there's management, there's parent and community groups, school boards, and other partners like universities, and is a good one to look at. And then how do we do it across the whole system? So as I said before, this is not new. It's happening across the country. But what we found is because people tend to come and go in the system, that in order to sustain it, we had to look at what is the role of each level in ensuring that folks have the processes, so committees, agreements, working relationships, and the readiness, the skills, abilities, dispositions to actually lead in this, and that might not have been historically the practice of what a district or school had been doing. So at the national level, our organizations meet regularly, and they are up here. So I represent NEA in this partnership that you have here. Most recently, the Department of Education at the national level has joined us. This actually formed during the Obama administration, and a liaison helped to form this partnership. We took a little break with the Department of Ed in the previous administration, and now we're happy in the Biden administration that they have joined us again and have recommitted to the importance of involving all stakeholders authentically in shared decision-making practices. And so what this group does is we amplify the stories that we hear and collect them. We offer spaces for district and school teams to come together. And then we're promoting the practices that are going on across the country that look at what ways state partnerships, which typically push up on a system to pass policy or elect leaders, are looking to support down in districts and looking at what are the resources and supports that schools and districts may need to convene. We've issued a call to action to call upon all of the members in the system to start somewhere. So does not mean you have to have a history of trust and leaven on each other. All you need to do is find one issue that there is a high level of agreement that something must be done. My suggestion is to take a low stakes issue, start small, and start to figure out how to work it together and implement it in the system, and then keep going. And I'll show you what I mean in a second about that. The other thing that we are in the process of doing is considering what a summit might look like nationally with the Department of Ed. And NEA has collected resources and developed a guidebook that I'm happy to share with you all, that the partners said, we all want to use this. So it is available to all folks in the system to download from our site for now. And then the next version of it is going to be co-branded by all of the partners. And at NEA, it was important enough to us to spread the good work that it doesn't matter whose name is on it. So at the state level, so I will say there's a lot of great case studies of longstanding labor management collaboration across the country. Even case studies, Montgomery County, Maryland, where I live, was a longstanding case study. And when leaders come and go, sometimes for even in really good examples, they were able to lose it. But a state level support is what we're learning, the way to help it stick in districts and schools. And so New Jersey had the benefit of having Rutgers, which is where Dr. Rubenstein works, right in their neighborhood, right? So they heard this research and said, let's do something about it, got together as partners. Interestingly enough, in the Chris Christie administration, when the political climate was not necessarily conducive to working across the union and the administration. So the other thing that's interesting is, New Jersey historically is a strong collective bargaining state, and they said, in order to really live to our commitment to teaching and learning and student outcomes, we need additional processes. And so the stakeholders that you see here, which is both the NEA and the AFT affiliate, the School Boards Association, the Principals Association, and the district superintendents came together and formed a collaborative that they identified in a pilot. Which districts could we start working with, and kind of bring them together and just pick an issue to work on, help them set up district leadership teams, school leadership teams, and working committees to work these issues and test them. And then at the district and school leadership teams, they focus, I'll take the district for a second, they focus both on the what, like what are the issues we want to deal with? So let's say one district said literacy is an issue. So let's start at the district leadership team, which has representatives across the union management school boards from various schools. Let's look at what projects might be implemented across literacy. And then at the school level, they looked at, well, where do we start with that? Do we want to start with parents? Do we want to start with third grade readers? Let's kind of clarify what we do. And then they also look at the how. How are we making decisions? Not all decisions are made collaboratively and through consensus. So being clear on what decisions are open for collaboration and sharing in the decision making is really important. So another study that I didn't put up there showed that teachers felt like administrators had, should have, and do have the appropriate level of decision-making authority. So it wasn't like trying to take away decision-making authority from administrators, but they felt like they should have up here and only had here. So it was like, how do we kind of not necessarily balance it out, but balance out what they want and what they have, while also administrators are here. So as long as folks are clear on which decisions are able to be shared and which ones are not, it's a better way to get started. So what you see here are some actual examples of projects that had been implemented in New Jersey. And they started small on things like scheduling and homework and got to some of the meatier topics, social emotional learning, grading equity, as they were able to build a history of promises and trust. So, so it's been a pretty successful practice. I will say they open up their doors widely to anyone who's interested in this. So as they get the calendar of events where they do that, I'm happy to share it with you all. And, you know, the case for this in the moment is pretty clear. Here are just some of the examples that outcomes are better when they are worked on with those closest to the challenges in the school setting. So at the NEA, a lot of times people hear the stories about what's going on and it's super exciting and they don't know where to start. And so we created this framework or process map that is not necessarily linear, but it has kind of the stepping stones that you can kind of jump around. And what we did was we assembled a guidebook, resources, tools, and soon to be live online learning that will help teams be able to navigate these resources on their own or implement on their own. So first is learning the case. You guys just heard me say it, but a lot of times it takes a few times to hear it, to really dig in. We have videos for sharing the research. There's the actual research available and some tools to help understand the case and share it with others. There's also identifying who your partners are, assessing your own readiness to partner and assessing your partner's willingness. Then working through how do you come up with what your shared goals are and what sort of commitments do you make to collaborate. One powerful one that's been spread across districts is we will not let each other fail as entities, right? So I might come into a meeting and we can have some really difficult conversations, right? That don't look so pretty. So in New Jersey, what that looks like is you're dead to me. I ain't talking to you for the entire month. And that was an actual quote. But when I leave the room, my commitment to not trash you and light you on fire is clear. And so we are committed to not destroying the entities as we work together. Does not mean we're not going hard at the bargaining table, does not mean we're not engaging in collective action when it's required. But the commitment is we will use our processes with transparency and with authenticity. The other piece is what happens in the implementation. So I talked about a district leadership team, school leadership team, working committees, identifying what those teams are and what their functions and roles are. Again, we've got lots of resources for that. What are the support resources available to folks? And then what support resources might you need? Like if you're digging into content, for example, like literacy or assessment, what sort of expertise and resources are needed for that? And then there's defining what that content is, and then defining the processes. So decision-making models, how to navigate conflict, how do we create commitments, how do we build communication systems? And then finally reflecting on it, evaluating first, did we do what we said we were going to do, and how well did we do it? And then how well did we work together? Did we stay true to our own commitment? And then what next? How do we share the successes, celebrate the successes, and then go to our next project while also spreading across the state, essentially. Here is where you navigate to find these resources. On it will be our current edition of 180 some page guidebook that will go over this stuff in more depth with a lot of tools and resources. And then for those who do not want to read a 180 some page guidebook, we are creating interactive online learning. Currently, there's 2 modules up available for anyone who wants them. By February, I hope to have 9 of them up. Included in it are lots of videos where there's real people, real collaboration stories. And what we're hoping, and what we're trying to test is what level of support do folks need, right? Like what we were hoping to do is take the content out of a few experts' heads, document it, and get folks 80% of the way, knowing that 20% at the least needs to be customized to whatever the environment is. So, and I will say NEA has invested some resources in growing what will become an institute for collaboration so people can learn and receive mentorship and guidance, as well as help states like Delaware engage in the process of setting up state level support partnerships that then foster the growth of district and school level collaboration. I will stop there and open it up to questions and comments.
Andrew, thank you so much for this. One question we had was, is there a version of this that you would be comfortable sharing with folks on this Zoom?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Happy to share my slides and lots of other resources.
Awesome, thank you so much. And then Alethea Smith-Tucker had a question about how parents and students fit into some of this collaborative work.
That's a really important question, and you know, we sometimes talk about it as the second C in that, the labor management community collaboration. A lot of it happens at the school level first, because that's where the natural connection is. And then more formally, it has started to include parent groups and representatives on district leadership teams. And in discussion at the state level now is looking at including parent-teacher organizations in the mix. And same thing at the national level, but we're hoping that it kind of grows from the school level up. The other thing I will say is there's a natural tie to community schools initiative in this work. So we're working with our liaisons at NEA who are implementing in the community schools sphere to say, okay, once you pass a policy, what is the quality of the partnership that needs to be sustained? How do you do that? And how do you apply these resources to both implement quality community schools in your communities and also look at that partnership to expand beyond those schools, whether it's growing the initiative or growing other initiatives in that district.
Awesome, thanks. And just so you know, it's at some point or another in this call, we've had both Carrie Locken-Corbin, who's our Delaware PTA head, and then Yvonne Johnson, who's the president-elect for the national PTA. So we have a really strong, I think, opportunity to engage families and parents here.
That is great.
Want to open it up for questions from folks to make sure that we get all the answers from Andrew that folks are interested in. Going once. You are our last presenter, so I think people are asked, or questions have been asked out.
Oh man, you got me right before lunch.
But Andrew, I so appreciate this. Jeff, I don't know if you want to say a few words, but this is when Andrea first showed this presentation, it was like there's such a cohesion with what we've been talking about here. So it's exciting to share with a wider group here.
Yeah, John, I appreciate you making the space for Andrea to present. And as you know, you and I have been talking about this. I've seen this work evolve over like the last 3 years. And as I shared with you, the more and more I hear, I'm actually looking for that camera like someone's punking me, because being very familiar with the issues that we've all been wrestling with and trying to solve for the city of Wilmington, the families, the students, the educators, it just seemed custom made to me. So I appreciate the opportunity for people to hear it, and look forward on behalf of Stephanie, myself, everybody at DSCA and our local partners to working with you moving forward to see what we can actually make happen in Delaware. So thank you.
Awesome. Any final questions that folks have? All right, Andrea, so appreciate you joining us here. At this point, I will just note for the record, we finished right on time. Big win there. I want to make sure that we leave at least 30 minutes for folks who want to debrief. But I also want to say, you've been on since 8:30. If you need to turn this off, go do something else. Won't be offended at all. But we're going to respectfully ask our non-Delaware friends to exit here. And for folks who want to debrief, talk more about anything here, questions, concerns, excitements, we're going to have a forum for that. So to the non-Delaware folks, thank you so much for arranging this. Heard from a lot of folks from a lot of different areas, and there was a lot of planning that went into this. So really grateful for the support and getting all these great folks here. So non-Delawareans, you are respectfully dismissed. Thanks so much. And anyone who wants to stay would love to keep this going. So I don't have a formal agenda for this, but certainly want to just open it up and hear from folks. Thoughts, excitements, concerns, things that you want to build on. A lot was thrown at everyone here, but hopefully some things were exciting, some things that we're thinking about how to implement here. So honestly, just want to open it up for folks and hear takeaways.
John, I wanted to thank you for doing this, because it did give me more perspective, and I appreciate the opportunity to see what worked, what didn't work. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And again, we are absolutely all in this together. So it's going to take everyone here working in partnership. So appreciate you all making 5 hours on a Friday for this.